Welcome, everybody. I'm going to call to order our penultimate regular meeting of Hastings-on-Hudson Board of Education for June 11th, 2024.
Alex,
Can't speak into the mic.
Oh, is that? Let me do that again. So, welcome, everybody. I'm going to call to order a regular meeting of Hastings-on-Hudson Board of Education for June 11th, 2024. Thank you all for coming. It makes it such a special event. And I have to say, this is the first time when the room has been as busy as the agenda is, and this is something poetic about that. So I welcome everybody. There are some announcements posted, but we're going to open up this evening with one of the main reasons we're here, which is for tenure recognition. I'm going to pass it over to our superintendent, Dr. McCursey, to explain the flow, how things are going to go.
Well, good evening.
Good
Good evening.
Good evening.
We're bringing energy and spirit to Hastings in our final couple weeks. The first thing we're going to do is recognize a set of tenure recipients who set the standard for tenure. And I know there are a lot in the room who have tenure, and you just went, wait a minute. Well, you're going to hear that these are phenomenal educators, professionals to join anyone in the room tenured and anyone in the room who wants to be tenured. So we're being celebratory here. So I'm going to first call up Amy Kazis to speak to those two that she has brought to the board, and I've endorsed that recommendation. And I will let her name the names and celebrate those to be celebrated. Let me just, one point of order. This is an item for vote by the board. We're going to go through all 6, and then the board will vote on the tenure.
Welcome, Amy.
Sorry, there's a lot of stuff here. No mic.
The mic's not on.
Mike.
There we go.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I am very pleased to be here this evening to speak on behalf of 2 amazing Hillside educators. The first I will speak about is Marissa Barbera. So Marissa, would you like to come up? Come on up.
I love this. Let them come up and be seen.
Okay. So let me tell you a little bit about Marissa, and I've shortened my words a little bit based on my colleagues. So Marissa is an unbelievable educator. She works very hard on making sure that her classroom is set for children. She incorporates into her Google slideshows things that are interesting to 5-year-olds, everything from graphics to the most recent movie to cartoons, just to get them related to the information that will be shared. And she works to make sure that all of that information is shared in a way that allows them to be independent learners. Marissa's classroom is unbelievably inclusive. All of our teachers here know that they have a name. She calls them the Barberas. And the reason for this is because she wants them to feel like a part of the family, and they are. She builds community in such a very special way. Marissa has a very unique way about her in the classroom. When you walk into the classroom, you can't be bored. Everything is activity-packed, and she's loaded with little tricks. They're either singing, or they're chanting, they're dancing, they're clapping. She has chimes, she has hand gestures, and the kids know just what to do. So though you think they're 5 years old, they are quite independent right in that kindergarten classroom. Marissa's a leader at Hillside. In just a short time, she's already become a very important colleague, and her colleagues actually go to her for information. She's been a tremendous math leader this year, helping us to lead our new math program. And in addition to that, she's led diversity work, she's led technology work, she's been on our ELA committee, our word study and spelling inventory committee, and she continues to lead in all of the work that she does. So I have to tell you a few things that people said about Marissa, the people that are closest to her. Some colleagues said that she's tech savvy and always volunteers to create smart boards and other technology-based items for the team. They shared that she's very thoughtful about diversity and works hard to infuse multicultural education in her classroom practice. And she's very dedicated to children and reaches out to her colleagues for support in order to maximize their learning potential. That is pretty amazing. Of course, families, it was very easy. I looked right in my inbox, and there were a bunch of emails from families who were thanking me for hiring Marissa. And let me tell you why. Some things that families said. Miss Barbera's enthusiasm, engaging lessons, and thoughtful care of each student are impressive. She is a great role model to the children, explaining how everyone makes mistakes. She praises them for their learning abilities and helps them progress to achieve their goals. Miss Barbera is such a magical, one-of-a-kind teacher that when our children look back and think about their very first school year, it is filled with beautiful learning experiences. Of course, we have to use our student voices as well. Our students shared a number of different things, but the one that I'll leave you with is, I don't want to get older. Okay, I do. I do want to get older, but I want Miss Barbera to be my teacher every year. When Marissa and I spoke and she reflected on what makes Hillside special to her, she recalled the journey to her dream job. And she shared that back a few years ago, we had a reduction in force. And when that happened, Marissa had to leave us for a year. And I stayed in contact with her and tried to woo her back. And when we had an opening and I texted her and I said, well, will you come back? She told me that she came swimming back across the river to get back here to Hillside because Hillside feels like home. And so today, Board of Education, it's my pleasure to recommend Marissa Barbera for tenure this evening because we are proud to have her home in Hastings. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you. It's an absolute honor. I'm so happy to be home.
Thank you, Marissa. It's amazing to have two fabulous educators to speak about tonight. So Christine Samuel, would you like to come on up? So Christine is a fourth grade teacher here at Hillside. She's always planning lessons with her children in mind, thinking about how she can differentiate for all the different learners in the classroom, focus not only on their skill, but on their interests and on the choices that they make. Christine's been a leader in our fourth grade Sparks curriculum. She's worked really hard to be able to create lessons that celebrate diversity. And most recently, one of the great projects that she set up was a Padlet experience, where fourth grade teachers and students had the opportunity to discuss different parts of their identities and then share them through this digital means. And then everybody got to see all of the information about each other, which showed them all the bridges that they had amongst the teachers and the students. So that was a really special experience, and that was Christine's idea. In addition, I think one of the things that's most special about Christine is the relationships that she forms with her students and their families. It's a strength of hers, and it's something that is important to her. She recognizes each child for the gifts that they have. She helps them find their voice, and she treats them with respect and encouragement and love. Christine has been an amazing leader in our school as well. In just a few years, she also is a colleague who her colleagues look to. She's been a huge leader in our Sparks work. She's been a big leader in our science work, working to build coherence across our grade. When I think about what her colleagues shared in relation to Christine, Christine is always seeking new ways to update and improve lesson plans and generously shares all of her ideas with her team members. Her care, empathy, and collaboration and consideration for each of her students is evident in her work ethic and the strong connections that she forms with her kids. She is kind and well-loved by all of the students and the families that she works with. Families have shared, Miss Samuel is truly a wonderful special teacher, present, kind, thoughtful, and inspiring. We have been spoiled by her positive energy, her genuine love for kids, and her intelligence and poise. She is one of a kind. Miss Samuel truly understood and appreciated each child's individual personality, quirks, and needs, and knew just what to say to make them smile. She is a treasure, and Hillside is so lucky to have her. And of course, our students shared what they love about Miss Samuel. She doesn't say no that often. Miss Samuel understands my mind and is the best teacher in the world for me. She is a really great person if you want a hug. Again, when reflecting with Christine on what makes Hillside special to her, she shared her prioritization of the trusting relationships that she's built with students and their families, and shared that she even stays in touch with our families for years after the children move on from Hillside. She shared with me, Hillside feels like my forever school. So tonight, it is my pleasure to recommend Christine Samuel for tenure and truly make Hillside her forever school. Thank you.
Unlike Amy, I am not going to cut my words short, despite what my colleagues told me. I just want to say thank you to the board and the Hastings community for this honor. I stand before you with gratitude as I reflect on this remarkable journey that has led me to this moment. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest appreciation to my colleagues who have been invaluable sources of wisdom, inspiration, and encouragement throughout my time at Hillside. To the administration and staff, thank you for creating an environment that fosters growth, community, and academic excellence. To my students, your curiosity, enthusiasm, and thirst for knowledge have fueled my passion for teaching and learning. I am continually inspired by each of you, in case anyone's watching from home. I also want to extend my gratitude to my friends and family for their unwavering support, understanding, and encouragement. Thank you again for this recognition. I'm happy to call Hillside my forever school. Thank you.
I'd like to call forward Scott Wynn to speak for Kenneth Catrone, given you'll be back up again.
Dr. Catrone, if you wouldn't mind joining me up here, I'd appreciate it.
May want to lean into the mic a wee bit, Scott.
No problem. So it's my pleasure tonight to speak on behalf of Dr. Ken Catrone. Dr. Catrone is a well-respected and collaborative member of the FMS staff. He was hired in October of 2020, having previously served as a teacher, ELA director, assistant principal, and head of school in other school districts. He comes to us with a wealth of knowledge and experience. As an ELA teacher here at Farragut Middle School, Dr. Catrone demonstrates some of the key characteristics of a quintessential English teacher. He creates differentiated units based on student choice and topics of passion. Based on our district initiatives, he has developed units of study surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion that provide ample opportunity for students to find their voice through independent reading choices and discussions, as well as through creative writing assignments on a multitude of topics. Dr. Catrone's classroom is one that is fun, safe, and enlightening for all students. Throughout their learning, students feel safe to take risks and ask questions. Moreover, they're empowered to stretch their intellectual capabilities through collaborative problem solving. Dr. Catrone provides students with many avenues toward personal expression, especially when connecting their own lives to the literature being explored. Outside of the classroom, Dr. Catrone has served as a member of various committees during his probationary period at FMS, such as the Professional Development Committee, the Portrait of a Hastings Learner Behavioral Charter Subcommittee, the Racial Equity Day Committee, and the PBIS Committee. Additionally, Dr. Catrone serves as a team coordinator for the 8th grade and as a curriculum liaison with the high school English department. Dr. Catrone provides additional supervision and support as a lunch monitor for both lunch periods, not an easy task in middle school, creating a positive environment for students in grades 5 through 8 in the cafeteria. As the 8th grade team coordinator, Dr. Catrone plays an integral planning role in continuing many of our 8th grade traditions, such as recognition night, the annual trip to Chelsea Piers, and the lunch cruise, and the 8th grade social. It's important to note that Dr. Catrone stepped up he served as the interim assistant principal of Farragut Middle School during a time of transition at the middle school for 6 months during his probationary teaching assignment. It is for these and many, many other reasons that it is my pleasure to recommend Dr. Catrone for tenure this evening.
Thank you, everyone. It's been these past, I guess, 4 years now have gone really, really fast, and it's been a lot of fun here. I love my role teaching my 7th and 8th graders, and I actually exhausted all my words today while teaching them, so I don't really have anything else to say because my oxygen is level is low. But thank you so much for everyone. I'm glad to be here. All right, thanks, Scott.
Why don't we have Scott stay there and be joined by Tesfa, and you will call forward your individual. I like surprises when I can get them.
Tesfa and I would like to ask Larry Saratani to join us.
So when I think of Larry, one of the first things I think of is a jack of all trades, a special education Swiss Army knife. To give some insight into that, Larry's taught ICT, integrated co-teachers classes in ELA, social studies, mathematics, reading instruction, resource room, and probably most importantly, he's taught and led our daily living skills class and curriculum in the middle school. He's organized curriculum. He's helped students with their pre-vocational skills. He's helped them with their functional academics and just generally being a great and better human beings. In addition to that, Larry has been super supportive and helpful with DEI work, restorative practice work, and just being an overall leader for our kids. I also want to add his classroom environment. He's very well organized. He sets up his curriculum, his classrooms for the success of our students, and he works with one of our most neediest populations, and he is the lifeblood to their success and to the success of that program. And I can't speak highly enough of Larry. And one other thing that people might not know, he has a great sense of humor. He's a very funny guy when you really get to know him. And, he's overall doing a wonderful job.
So in addition to that's already that has been said, Mr. Saratani has worked to build multiple partnerships with both internal groups and external agencies to provide unique learning opportunities that support the needs of his students. Examples from both his co-taught ELA classes and his daily living skills program include multiple author visits, a pet therapy program through the Hudson Valley Pause for a Cause, student mentoring with the High School National Honor Society, categorizing oral history files with the Hastings Historical Society, and creating multiple on-campus work opportunities for his students. Over the past 4 years, Mr. Saratani and his students have facilitated 3 school-wide fundraisers, raising nearly $900 for neurodiversity awareness on the FMS HHS campus. Outside of the classroom, you will always find Mr. Saratani engaged in the broader school community. Both educationally and socially, Mr. Saratani demonstrated the importance of being involved. He has been a member of the Big Ideas Math Curriculum Committee, the Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports Committee, the Race Matters Committee, a Gold Ticket Program Facilitator, and a member of the Walk in My Shoes Planning Committee, and was a member of the Diagnostic Screener Pilot Committee. Mr. Saratani has participated in many different interview committees, as well as chaperoned interscholastic athletic events and other school-sponsored activities every single year. Mr. Saratani plays an important role in supporting families through accessing outside services and encouraging participation in community events and programming for people with disabilities, including OPWDD services and programming throughout Westchester County. Even beyond the school year, Mr. Saratani provides summer instruction for students who receive extended school year programming. It is truly a pleasure to recommend Mr. Saratani for tenure and thank him for all that he does for the students of FMS. Thank you, Larry.
Very quickly, I just wanted to thank my coworkers, the board, the administrators, and more importantly, the students and families that I get to work with on a day-to-day basis. It's been an honor working here the last 4 years, and I look forward 2 more years to come. Thank you.
I'd like to call forward Drew Wendell, who's going to speak to a certain person, and you'll let us know who. Right, Drew?
Hey, Matt, come on up. He wants to sit down by himself over there, but I can't. I got to embarrass him as much as I can. As I get older, I got to write things down, so bear with me. Either I forget about it, or I'll just start babbling about stuff like his stories about him when he was in high school as a rapper. Other stories I have that I probably can't really share right now, but we'll go to what I wrote. Good evening, everyone. It is my great honor to recommend Matt Pietro as the physical education teacher here at Hastings-on-Hudson Union Free School District. I have known Matt since 2005 when he was a young, energetic, respectful, and maybe a little annoying multi-sport middle school athlete. And not much has changed now that he is now. He's still an energetic, respectful teacher and a multi-sport coach, but not as annoying. I have had the pleasure of getting to know Matt in a variety of different roles, as his teacher, as a colleague, as his mentor, as his athletic director, but most importantly, as his friend. To be honest, at first I was, and I can speak for my colleagues, was a little skeptical of Matt's teaching and coaching skills during his first few years here with us as a part-time teacher. A young former Hastings student athlete with his father as the high school principal. Was he going to try to coach through since he was only a part-time teacher with his father as a veteran and administrator? Is he always going to be so whiny and needy? At first, he was a little nervous to step up and take charge of classes. We taught with him. Did I mention he was a little whiny and needy? He would sit back and let us take the lead, quietly observe what his veteran colleagues were doing. Was he just coaching by? Were we going to have to babysit him all this time and do the work for him? Then we thought about it. Matt had to navigate working with his former teachers who admittedly have a reputation of being a little crazy and intense characters. Okay, maybe a little more than a little crazy. So naturally, what do? We mess with them. We push them. We test them. We add more and more expectations on him. We make him take the lead, and we pick on him. Mind you, all of this was done in good nature, of course, so we don't deserve any bullying investigations, so don't get any ideas over there. We did this to push him, to mentor him, to see if he could cut it. Think about it. You all know how middle schoolers can be. New teachers could get eaten alive. Our goal is to try to help him break out of his shell and develop into the solid teacher we knew was inside him. After all, as we age, we need to make sure these young teachers who take over after us won't mess up everything that we've created. I'm proud to say that our efforts worked. Yes, we do want some credit here. My colleagues back there, you don't have to get us gifts, but we'll take them if you have them. But all joking aside, Matt is like a son to me, and like one of my and a friend. We are extremely proud of Matt's growth as a teacher and a coach. He has developed into a tremendous, dedicated, trustworthy, hardworking, caring, nurturing teacher and coach. He is willing to put others before himself and has created a great reputation and developed a solid rapport with the students and athletes, his colleagues, and the community members. Matt is committed to the Hastings School District and to the community he grew up in. I am confident that Matt will continue to do great things for the Hastings School District in the future and will only continue to grow as a leader and a role model for years to come. I am honored to recommend Matt for tenure as a physical education teacher and continue to coach for the athletic department. But more importantly, I'm honored to call Matt one of my friends and a member of my family. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Whoa, that was pretty good. I'd like to thank a couple people. I'd like to thank Mr. Wynn, obviously Mr. Wendell, for speaking so kindly of me, the Board of Education, Dr. Szymanski, Dr. McCursey, of course my two parents who raised me to who I am today. I definitely wouldn't be here without them. And also congratulations to both of you on your retirement. My colleagues back there, I wouldn't be here without you either. You make coming to work so easy, and I'm very much at home here. Hastings has been a dream. It's where I went to school, and it's great to pretty much give back to the community, and it all comes full circle. So thank you so much.
then Jeanette Coker is going to speak in regards to Wendy White, who's out on medical leave, but we still want to recognize her.
Good evening, everyone. All right, hold on. All right, there we go. Okay. It's my honor to present Miss Wendy White for tenure this evening. Wendy joins us as having previously worked as a counselor at New Visions Charter High School and at the Renaissance Charter High School in New York City. For those of you that don't know, Wendy started at a very interesting time in the counseling office. October is not actually the best time to begin. And for those of you that don't know what goes on in a high school counseling office, well, let me enlighten you. College, college, college. Angst, angst, anxiety, scheduling, kids running in and out, and a new person coming in going, wow. So I have to tip my hat. Wendy dove right in at this most difficult time and stepped into a very important role. She made it her business as a professional to meet with all the families, meet with the students, get to know her caseload, and really put at ease students who had a previous counselor who was there for a short time. So that was her busy work for that year, and she stepped into that role in a beautiful way. One of the things that I've observed about her over the years that she has been with us here, and the one thing that resonates mostly, is the joy that she sees in her students' success. And she is a true advocate, and I say that in the truest meaning of the word, advocate for her students, and her students gravitate to her for that reason. She has a way of connecting to students who tend to not want to make those connections or maybe see themselves as different from others. You'll often find her with a group of students at her door, sitting inside of her office and chatting. She never refuses an opportunity to relate with these students and continue to build relationships that transcend beyond our school environment. And this is an important aspect of what we do. Wendy also continues to grow as a counselor, participating in many professional learning opportunities, extracurricular activities in school. She participated in the district's Restorative Practices Initiative, Facing Ourselves Diversity Training, and is an active member of the district's Race Matters Committee. Wendy continues to grow as a professional and a counselor, participating in those arenas, and even pushing beyond. She is currently enrolled in a school building leadership program, so I truly look forward to her success in that area. She goes above and beyond. She's been a member, here are some of her activities: training and delivery of advanced placement exams in Mandarin Chinese. Thank you, Wendy. We had students that came and wanted to take this, and I went, oh my goodness, and she said, I can do this. And I go, you go. And she did. So thank you so much. The students and families, thank you for that. Technology, fabulous. Race Matters Committee for the last few years, Restorative Practices Training, grade 10 faculty advisor, student advisor, local senior scholarship coordinator, part of the graduation coordination, co-advisor of our Neighbors Club, currently pursuing the certificate on SBL, SDL, as I previously mentioned, and picked up an extracurricular that was something that was very interesting that actually the students wanted, and she rose to the occasion, the girls varsity flag football coach. So hats off to you. So it's my pleasure to recommend her for tenure this evening. Wendy, I know you're watching, and congratulations.
So, board, it's now your job to vote on these, but let me, as prerogatives, take a moment as superintendent, very fast. But I'm really honored that the 6 of you I know. I'm really honored that I've been here long enough now. When these recommendations came to me, I knew each of you, and I sat with each of you privately. And some of you got nervous, because that hadn't happened before. And since everybody in Hastings talks, oh my goodness, I got to go to Dr. McCursey's office, Bill's office, what's going on? It was simply so I could get to know you that much better. So, board, this group of 6 is remarkable. I encourage you strongly to vote to bring them into tenure, to join those who've had tenure. And let me give you a little personal story. No matter how difficult my drive, no matter how tired I am, when I hit that doorway and walk in, I get energy, I get spirit, and it's because of the 6 of you times 10, 15, 20, that larger group you're now joining. So personally and selfishly, thanks for the energy, the spirit, the minute I hit that doorway here in Hastings. Board, please, it's your turn.
Well, we know what to do. Is there a motion to approve our 6 tenurees?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Welcome. Any comments or questions? No?
I think after.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine.
I just want to make 2 comments. Congratulations to all the teachers and coaches and everybody, and then counselors for tenure. I just want to recognize 2 people because I know you, because my kids have Mr. A, field hockey coach extraordinaire, phys ed teacher. Appreciate all your work. When I asked my kids what they thought, Eliana said, he's really good. I like him a lot. And coming from Eliana, that's high praise, so very glad to hear it. And then Dr. Catrone had the pleasure, I put in quotes, of having both of my children. Really, I very much appreciate what you did to get my kids to get away from their screens and actually enjoy reading books. Was incredible for me to see. I was telling you earlier that they told me to not bother them because they were reading the books that he assigned, and I really appreciate all that you've done. So thank you to everybody, but thank you I wanted to recognize the 2 people that I know and I appreciate very much. Thank you.
I do know faces, but I know all the faces that came up, and I just want to thank you for just sticking with us. I know I'm a board, but I'm also a parent, so we can get a little bit naughty, and you help us just care for our children that we all care for. So I've seen a lot of them around, but I'm not good at names. But thank you all so much, and if Dr. Makesi recommends, that's it. So thank you all, and congratulations again.
We're going to move to the other end of the spectrum this evening. We have 12 retirees to honor as well. You want to mention?
So let me, before we go there, just very quickly thank Lynn Walker. Many of you who've been to these ceremonies know that this is a brand new setting, a brand new setup, the design, the layout, and I think the large crowd also thank Lynn Walker for. So as you can, thank her for, I said, let's move it up here, and she took it from there. And also Melissa D. worked with her on that. Joe and Patrick also thank you. Custodians, crew here extraordinaire, paying attention to more and more chairs needed. So now this next part, board, you're not voting, but we want you to applaud strongly to all the good words. So we'll call forward certain individuals to speak for retirees. We have about 6 or 7 here, retirees. We will more briefly mention those who aren't here. So I want to start first, bring up to speak to others, not yet yours, sir. But Lou, if you could come up to speak and you've got, you're set, then I'll call up the next individual.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I probably don't need this. I'm going to go a little off script. I don't know if you guys realize how hard it is to be the son of the high school principal when you're in high school. So Mr. Wendell was not lying. I can tell you a story that Melissa Hardesty actually had to walk into my office one day and basically say, back off, I'll take care of Matt, because I was getting so crazy. So kudos to him. And I want to congratulate him on behalf of Mom and I on your tenure. We're really proud of you, so thank you. So back to why I was called up here. I'm sorry. We have 4 retirees that I'm going to speak of at the high school. One who's going to be, they're all going to be tremendous losses, but one in particular who I can call a friend is Christina Rett. It's going to be a little bit long, but not not that bad, but I think you need to hear the story because it's important. Chris began her social work career back in July of 1989 when she graduated Fordham University. 3.5 years of work, Chris felt that she needed a different setting. So she started to work for Student Assistance Services back in 1992. Those of you who know Student Assistance Services, they're still around, and we worked with them for many, many years. She was placed at Somers High School, where many of you don't know, Dr. Szymanski was a student when Chris Rep was at Somers High School. So you guys can do the math. And she worked at Somers High School for 5 years, and then transferred to John Jay Middle School for additional 4 years. When the district decided to terminate the student assistance program, which happened to be what happened in most schools, Chris was told of a vacancy within Hastings High School. Following her interview, the district decided to hire Chris, and they expanded the student assistance services program to full-time, looping Farragut Middle School into student assistance services program. Chris arrived in Hastings in 2001. In her role, Chris supported students, families, faculty, and staff following September 11th. So she started in September 7th, I believe, of 2001. 4 days later was 9/11. In addition, Chris also worked intensely with our Youth Advocate program, as the program shared the cost for the Student Assistance Services program in Hastings. Chris actively provided mental health, alcohol, tobacco, and other drug interventions, and she still credits both Bill Finkelday and Nancy Gagliardi, who's here with her today, for assisting her in the transition to Hastings-on-Hudson community and creating and implementing services for students and families. Chris also began her 18 years of advising the HHS SAD Club and enlisting students to help students around Hastings make healthy decisions. Chris was hired as a full-time district social worker in September of 2002. In this role, the social worker services were expanded to all students. In this role, she provided school social work services to all 3 buildings. As time went on, the district increased the school social worker role by eventually adding full-time social work services to Farragut Middle School. When the district decided to discontinue their affiliation with Student Assistance Services, and we created our own position for Chris. In her career at HOH, Chris has worked on a number of district initiatives, such as implementing and advising our ADL World of Difference program, our peer counseling corps. She was a member of our Challenge Success program, and has continued on as the advisor to HHS SAD Club, along with Deb Thompson. While working with HOH students and families, Chris continued to work on her craft as a clinical social worker and stay current with all the clinical skills. Chris has obtained her advanced certificates in trauma and disaster mental health, addiction counseling, yoga, and social emotional learning, and went through a 2-year intensive program in dialectical behavior therapy. Not listed here, she's also a professional masseuse. Lastly, I say, Chris, you are my friend. Congratulations. Enjoy your retirement. Also here tonight is Mark Rosner.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Oh, stay put. Come on up, Chris. Mark Rosner. Mark Rosner has been a faculty member at Hastings High School and FMS for the past 22 plus years. Prior to Hastings, Mark taught at the Convent of the Sacred Heart in Greenwich, Connecticut, Blind Brook High School, and Portchester High School. While his main subject has been chemistry, Mr. Rosner has also taught physics, earth science, and 7th grade science, in addition to other electives during his 22 years in our district. For those of you who don't know, chemistry is hard. But Mr. Rosner is always available for his students. Mr. Rosner has always been, and continues to be, an advocate for all of his students through his programming club. He has provided an opportunity for many of his students in both the high school and the middle school an opportunity to showcase their talents in different ways. I can tell you that Mark would always extend himself to aid any students. Mark has also served on the board of the Hastings PTSA and has served recently as the high school faculty liaison for the PTSA. Mark, chemistry is hard. And sometimes you've taken the knocks that you shouldn't have taken, along with many of the other chemistry teachers. But chemistry is hard. God bless you. I hope you enjoy your retirement. Those of you who don't know, Mark has a side business. Mark dabbles in rare coins as one business. But now, I'm sorry, I'm going to call you out, Mark. He also values estates. So has developed quite a business in valuing estates and very rare coins. We had a teacher get married recently, about a month ago. And he raved to me, and you don't know the story, Mark, but he said to me, I'm not going to call his name, but he said to me, I can't believe Mark gave me the gift that he gave me. And I said, well, what did he give you? He gave me like a ½ ounce of gold in a coin. And I said, you know what? That's Mark. He'll give you the shirt off his back. Wow. So God bless you, Mark. I hope you enjoy your retirement. Come on up. There are two other retirees at the high school that are not here this evening. One is Mr. Jeff Conweiser. Mr. Conweiser has been a faculty member in the social studies department at Hastings High School for in excess of 30 years. His area of focus has primarily been world history, but in addition, Mr. Conweiser introduced our very popular AP Psychology elective several years ago. In addition, Mr. Conweiser has been the lead coordinator for the high school's peer leadership program. Over the years, Mr. Conweiser has advised various clubs, including the mock trial, debate teams. While officially retiring in June, Mr. Conweiser has graciously accepted an offer to return for one more school year as the district searches for a qualified replacement. Congratulations, Mr. Conweiser. And our last retiree, Marianne Heckhouse, began her career in New York City as a special education teacher and then came to Hastings and has over 20 years experience in our district. Ms. Heckhouse has been an integrated co-teacher for algebra, world history, and English, and has also taught our humanities support class, and also was a lead in when we used to offer our parallel content-specific courses. Ms. Heckhouse is a true advocate for her students, and one can easily see the connection she has by walking by her classroom after school. Ms. Heckhouse also served as the high school's detention supervisor for many, many years. Ms. Heckhouse has also accepted an offer to come back next year until the district finds a suitable replacement. Congratulations, Marianne.
And Laura Sullivan is going to come to the mic to speak about two retirees.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to speak about, both of the retirees I'm here to speak about are not here, but I do think we should share in their celebration. So I'm here to wish Karen Hecht congratulations on her retirement and share a little bit about her time at Hastings. She has worked in the district for 21 years, beginning in August 2003. All this time was spent as a special education teacher in the Farragut Middle School. Karen was the MTSS coordinator. She taught ICT classes and resource room in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, reading instruction in grades 7th and 8th, and she taught both of the ELA and math special classes in grades 7th and 8th. She was an integral part of the original advisory program of for the 8th grade that was many years ago. Although she was all set to retire in January of this year, she noted the disruption that this would cause for some students and offered to stay until the end of the school year. This alone tells you about how much tells you so much about who she is as a teacher, putting the needs of the student first, even ahead of her own. She's not with us here tonight to celebrate, but we're incredibly grateful for all she has done for our students. Thank you, Karen. I'm also here to speak on behalf of Beth Haberman, as she retired in January of earlier this year. Beth was hired in August of 1993 as a senior office assistant, and prior to this, she worked for IBM. I joined the special education department in January of 2016 and had the pleasure of working with Beth from my first day. I was able to see Beth through two lenses. One is the administrative assistant to the director of special education. In this role, she was organized, efficient, detail-oriented, and extremely knowledgeable. She knew the answer to almost any of our questions about procedures and policies regarding special education, and I've learned so much from her during those 8 years. The second role was more personal. She's an avid tennis player and has an overwhelming love for animals of all kinds. She's an integral part of the Project Share program, in which she organizes all the transportation for the individuals and families that attend the annual Thanksgiving dinner. In addition, Beth spent many evenings involved in midnight runs. Although she's unable to join us tonight, we're so happy that she's blissfully enjoying her well-deserved retirement already. Thank you.
I'm now calling for Jeanette Coker to speak for the first of her two. This would be Maria, Maria. Yes, she is.
Make sure my stuff doesn't fall off here. Okay. Here we go. Okay. This one's a tough one for me. I am happy for you, Maria. I don't even know where to begin, but I will try. Maria came to us a number of years ago. Prior to that, I'm sorry, let me start again. I don't know, this is a tough one, I'm sorry. Prior to coming to Hastings, Maria worked at Sony Music and had a very lucrative career. She then worked at Ardsley Transportation and was part of the Guidance and Human Resources Department, and then became a teacher's aide, and then worked her way into Hastings. I hope I got that right, and I'm sorry if I didn't, all right? Because honestly, I feel like you've been here forever. You've made such an indelible mark in our lives as a counseling department, as a high school, all the people that you've touched here in the business office, all across everywhere. I feel like you've just been here. So it's hard for me to think of you being somewhere else other than here. And that's how I feel about you moving forward. She did join the department, but she didn't join our department right away. She was hired for the high school main office. So she spent some time as Melissa's right-hand person. And then we joyfully snatched her from the main office, and she became a part of our counseling office. Since then, I don't think that I can think of a day when she has not been there for us, has not been a professional. I just kind, professional, always willing to help, always there, never a harsh word, even under the most strenuous circumstances. And I know I spoke about that earlier on, but we can have some very strenuous circumstances in the counseling office. She is that plateau of even, calm, and grace, and kind. Very family-oriented. She has a beautiful family here with her this evening, and I've had the pleasure of getting to know them. And I've become personal friends, and I want that to remain. I want to wish you the best in your retirement. I want you to enjoy yourself. We're going to get together for sure. I want you to enjoy your time in Italy, your time traveling, your time enjoying your beautiful family. And I hope I don't mess it up when I say, Godita la tua pensione. See? Yay? I love you, Maria, and I'm wishing you the best.
So Scott's going to join Jeanette to speak about Lisa.
Ready, Scott? Take it away.
So, Lisa, it is our pleasure to speak about you this evening as the second Ada Pietro to be honored tonight out of 3. So, Lisa graduated from Berkeley College and worked for various broadcasting companies right out of college as an executive secretary. She then went on to work for different real estate agencies before coming to Hastings. She was hired here in December 2008, serving as a teaching aide. She then went on to become a teaching assistant in 2010.
At which point, she came and joined the counseling office. Is there a trend here? I'm feeling like I'm snatching everybody all over the place. So when she came into the counseling office, it was like a breath of fresh air. She has brought, or had brought, a tone of professionalism, tenacity, and caring and warmth to the Hastings students that she interacts with, and especially also to the counselors that are there and the support staff that are there. They have said to me that they could not have done the last couple of years without you, and they just don't even know where they would be without you on that one. So you were a wonderful TA. I knew you then. I know you now this way, and I want to continue to know you as a friend and a colleague.
So Lisa serves as a critical role at FMS, supporting the counseling office each and every day. She is one of the silent forces that acts behind the scenes, one of the true unsung heroes who ensures that the daily operations of our school run smoothly. In an extremely busy counseling office, Lisa can be found interfacing with parents, students, and staff members all day long. She can sometimes be confused for an air traffic controller, completing multiple projects happening simultaneously, all with a smile and a good sense of humor. Lisa, as you bid farewell to the hustle and bustle of school life, let me take this opportunity to express our deepest gratitude. May your retirement be filled with joy, relaxation, and new adventures. You have earned every moment of it. Thank you for your unwavering dedication to the students and staff of FMS. You will be deeply missed. Thank you.
So Maureen is now going to go to the mic to speak about everyone here is special, and I think many will agree the next person is especially nursing special.
Yes, thanks, Bill. So I'm very honored tonight to be able to honor my dear friend Joanne Cipollina on her retirement. Joanne graduated with her nursing degree from Mercy College, and prior to coming to Hastings, she worked in Montefiore Medical Center in the Bronx. She also worked to set up clinics for Maxim Healthcare, worked in the Briarcliff Manor School District, as well as Westchester Community College. Joanne came to us in September of 2008 as a school nurse here in the down at the Farragut Complex. Joanne is an amazing person. As Bill had mentioned, our nurses in this district are phenomenal, and Joanne really sets the standard. I think there's no one I could think of who does it better. Joanne is so incredibly kind and caring. She goes above and beyond to ensure the health and well-being of students, staff, and Hastings community. And I can say even I've been down there and having my blood pressure checked at times. So we all just are made to feel welcome to come in there anytime, and she cares for us all. Whether it's administering first aid, providing comfort, or offering guidance, Joanne's dedication and compassion are evident in everything she does. Her warm smile, her reassuring nature have a way of putting everyone at ease, especially during times of illness and injury. One of her most popular sayings is, "Does this face look worried?" Her genuine concern for others is truly heartwarming. She worked, COVID, honestly, school nurses, as much as all of us worked really very hard during that time, no one worked harder than the school nurses. They truly, with the contract tracing, that word no one wants to hear anymore, but they were required. They really took on a role that was so far beyond what was ever expected of them, and really she worked 7 days a week, truly, all weekend with the health department, and never complained, always positive, never, ever. I mean, just did an incredible, incredible job for us during that time. And she worked tirelessly with the administration, staff in the community, and the health department. I am so grateful to have been able to work with her and know her as a person. Joanne is going to be retiring so she can spend more time with her husband and her 3 children, as well as her new grandbaby. And she will be babysitting, but she has already promised me that she's on our sub list and that she will be coming back in October, so to work with us. Joanne, thank you. We love you, and we will miss you.
So I'd like to call for Joe Maturana to speak for behind me. He's faster than I am. He's like the speed of light. There he is on my left, Mr. Electrician, Joe.
Hello, everyone. Anyone in a leadership role would be very pleased to have workers under them as dedicated, committed, reliable as our retirees today. I have been truly blessed to have had Nick Frascone and Emilio Roghetti in the Buildings and Grounds Department. Both of these gentlemen were always complicit, no matter what the ask was. Their response was always, yes, no problem. That doesn't mean we always saw eye to eye, but there was always a great mutual respect. Emilio's not here with us tonight, but has been employed 13 plus years at Hastings. I was always impressed by Emilio's ability to work with the energy of a 20-year-old. In my opinion, Emilio is a true jack of all trades. He has used many of those skills to play a major role in all of our in-house improvements, in which he should be very proud. The other person we're honoring tonight is Nick Frascone, who has worked for Hastings for 32 years. Incredible. If you were to ask anybody at Hastings, they would tell you that Nick is just nonstop hardworking. Nick defines commitment under any and all circumstances. Nick is an all-weather hard worker. He has been often seen in full rain gear, full snow gear, and fair weather gear. None of the elements have prevented Nick from doing his job and doing it with pride. Nick tried to negotiate on his way out the door to have 2 lockers of his 5 kept for all his clothes and stuff. But this is the one reason many of us might be happy that, or many of the guys might be happy that Nick is going, because they're laying claim on the 5 lockers. So Debbie, you better have a closet or 2 at home, because he's bringing stuff home. I am feeling mixed feelings, and as for me, I'm feeling mixed feelings. I'm sad to see someone go who has truly blessed me in his efforts, but happy that he has achieved what we all strive for in retirement. A look back proudly in our efforts, knowing we made a difference and we were an example of a hard worker. A look ahead to many years of family, memories, new adventures, and hopefully finding new ways to make a difference. Nick, I'm going to miss the Hastings history lessons that you always shared. But I have a feeling we will see more of you and maybe get you back on payroll. It has been my privilege to have you both work in the Buildings and Grounds Department. Your contribution has left an indelible mark on both the Buildings and Grounds team and the Hastings-on-Hudson School District. We are so happy for you both as you embark on this new chapter in your life. We hope you enter this time with great satisfaction on the great work you have done. May you enjoy each moment, and we hope and pray it is blessed in every way. God bless you both.
So I took the prerogative to speak for Lou De Pietro, and I'm going to break pattern. Lou, come stand next to me, please. Yeah. So Lou would ask me to be brief, and sometimes fewer words are more powerful. So I will be brief in honor of you. I won't kneel as I did in front of the entire high school, all the staff, all the faculty, which was almost caught on tape. So hopefully, what? I heard you. So nearly 2 decades. And I did the math. There's something called dog years. I've come up with something called student years. Every single year in the high school matters to a student. Nearly all of our seniors have been there 4 years. So some might just say it's, 100 times nearly 20. I think it's 500 or so times 20. So you have impacted the lives of some 10,000 students, and I think that's real. Because a year can take a student south, can take them away, but you worry about every single one of those years and have done that in such a remarkable way. And in that time, you know that the student is the center of it. You fostered that with Melissa Hardesty and the faculty and the staff who are devoted to you, Lou. And I am so proud that the person coming in after you has asked you to be his mentor, has asked you to be his mentor. And that is such a compliment because he also knows, I know, that you value the families, you value the staff, as I've said, and you value the entire community. At the heart of it, the students. So I was listening to some sports the other day, and I heard that this team is full of heart, endeavor, quality, and product. Heart, endeavor, quality, and product. And I said, that's Lou. That is Lou. And now, in your very important final evaluation that I got to do, I brought you a phrase, which you kind of liked. But you may not remember it, so I'm going to tell it to you now. It's my final word for you. Lou, you are Hastings strong. You are Hastings first. You are Hastings always. Thank you, sir.
I know I'm breaking ranks, and I'm sorry to the other retirees that you didn't get to speak, but I have to say something. Couple of things. Just one is I'm only as good as my partner, and Melissa Hardesty, you have been there. And she makes me what I am. Like, we are the yin and the yang at the high school, and anybody who knows us, we are almost complete opposites, but we're almost the same. And that's what works. At the high school. So, Melissa, okay. And as last thing I'm going to say, because I'm saving my remarks for graduation, quite frankly. But as I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, every part of my family, and it's not a joke, but every part of my family had an impact on this district, and this district had an impact on everyone in my family. Obviously, you know my impact and the impact that you've made to me. My wife has worked in the district for 15 years. Matt graduated, started here in 6th grade, and now has given back and became a teacher and has gotten his tenure tonight. But the one person that sometimes gets forgotten is my other one, Chris. But as I'm sitting here, I look at this room. Those of you who don't know, my son Chris is a structural engineer, went to Virginia Tech, and his first internship was building this building. He worked the summer of 2016, I believe it was, and his first internship was here, building this very building that we're standing in right now. And they wound up hiring him out of college, so he works for the same company in the city and has built endless numbers of buildings since then. So all of us have had an impact on our district, and I'm so proud of that, because the impact that this community has been on us has been incredible. In 2005, when I was appointed, I said the following words: I want to find a district that's going to be my home. And I said it again when I was made principal, and Jody, you were on that board at that point. This is my home. And I'm not leaving because I'm tired. I'm leaving because it's time. It's time for us to move on and find something new for myself. I'm still full of energy. My wife's still full of energy. It's time for us to find new things in our lives. But you'll see me around. But God bless all of you. Thank you. These are happy reasons why we're leaving. And God bless all the retirees. It's been a fun ride, hasn't it? God bless you all, people. Thank you.
I just want to follow Lou in saying thank you to all the retirees, including the ones that aren't here. You know, when I look through that list and add up the years, it's like 200 Hastings years, and it's such a part of what's been here, such a part of our history. And I hope for every retiree that when they hear about this district or when they come back, that they still recognize it, they still feel a part of it, and they should know that it's because of the work and time they put in here that's the way it's been, that's the way it's going to stay. So congratulations to all of them. And Lou, in particular, the board has a small gift for you, and I wanted to characterize in few words what my feeling is, what you've meant to this district, because I have my best friend from college is a longtime board president in a district out on Long Island. And when I told him a couple months ago you're retiring, he's like, you know, I said it was 19 years, and he was like, what is it? Is it like a big deal? And I said, Dave, it's kind of like, and I might date myself, it's like when David Lee Roth left Van Halen. That the name on the outside is the same, but we all knew an era has ended. And that's the best way I can put it. And so we got you a little, I have a placebo gift, which I'll explain in a second. Let me grab it, 1 second. This is a case of wine, minus the wine, because we're not allowed to bring it in for legal reasons, but yeah. My brother...
You never came to a hat function.
No, that's not. My brother happens to be a writer for Italian wine, and I was thinking about what to get for you, and so we put together a case of 6 different varieties from around Naples. 3 reds, 3 whites. 2 of the whites are from the plains looking over Ischia. One of the whites is from Ischia itself. So I know retirement is a time to look back, and I hope that on the occasions you have to open these bottles, which I think will be ample, that you'll also always think of us here. And so I have it in my car, and I will see what you get. Congratulations. Yeah, I'll fill it for you, don't worry. If you say to the end, I'll fill it right from my car. Don't worry.
Alex.
Okay.
Alex, can I say something?
Of course.
Or- I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just...
No, you can.
Before people leave.
No, for sure.
Okay. I was going to save my thoughts till the end, and I thought that the people who had got, most of the people, Matt, who had gotten tenure, I had hoped they would still be here. And it's actually kind of sad that they're not. I think it would have been a wonderful thing for them at that point of their career to be able to hear about people at this point of their career. But I do want to wish all of them an incredible congratulations. I think it's an amazing professional milestone. It's such a moment in one's career, and it's really something to be proud of. So I congratulate everybody. And Matt, it's really special to have you be getting tenure. And I guess what keeps going through my mind is like, wow, like what a night this is. This is like really a big thing. All of the tenure recipients, and then so many significant people who are retiring. And I'm going to try not to cry. I think I can do it. I'll save it to graduation, Lou. But I want to say, like, what an amazing night for the Adepietro family. Like, this is just unbelievable. And to see you all and to hear you talk, Lou, about your family in this community, but to think about what you've all given to our community is just like an amazing gift. I remember meeting you, and when you came in as the assistant principal, and working with you then. I think maybe on the BLT with Tom Fazio. I think I had at least one child in the high school then. And then through the process of your becoming principal and then getting to know Lisa. And Matt, I remember you when you played rec basketball back in the day. And I just feel like I know your family, but I just think that you've just given so much. And this is an amazing moment for your family and for all of us to really thank you and appreciate you. And for everybody else who's retiring, some of the people I don't know at all, some I know a little bit, and some of them I know much more. Some have taught my children. And I guess also you talked about the number of years that it was of people giving of service to this community, and I think about the number of young people that you've had an impact on in their lives, whether it's being the school nurse or being a custodian or being a teacher, whatever people's jobs are, you think about how many kids in the course of a day that you impact, not to think about over the years. And know that how many kids will remember you and think about you and talk about something you did. And I speak from the bottom of my heart, thanking people who've given so much to this district and to making this such a very, very special place. And to the people who are leaving, I want to say goodbye and I wish you well. I hope you can really enjoy this time. I didn't mention Melissa Hardesty because I know you still have a little more time, but I think we have to give a shout out to you and Lou and the team that you have been and the place that you have created here and the high school, and knowing that you're going to do everything that you can to work with Andy and Tara coming in. Of course, they'll come up with their own way of being individually and together, but the two of you have been a pleasure to watch as you've worked together and gotten your rhythm together as you've worked here. And everyone who's leaving is really going to be missed, and you're leaving very big shoes to fill. And thank you all very much.
Well said.
Did you want to say, can I say something? Are you like, oh, no, I just want to say thank you to all the retirees. And when I listen to all the list of everything that everybody's done, it's so inspiring. And like Jody said, I mean, the gratitude that I feel for all of you for what you've done for our district and for our kids. And I just realized tonight why we don't vote on retirements in the board, because none of us would vote yes.
I've tried to do that, to
right.
vote that
none of
somebody
us
can't
would vote
retire.
yes, exactly. So thank you so much.
That's a good one.
Last but not least, this evening, as many of you probably know, Hastings has student representatives on our board. And I learned last week that we're only about 1/3 of the districts in Westchester have that. And they all want them now because we had a dinner last week where our two student reps spoke so eloquently about what they do and what their role and the energy they bring here. And we happen to have, you may not know, we have a senior, Eliana, and Kai is a junior. It means Eliana is graduating. And I don't have alcohol for you, but we wanted to. Maybe you could borrow some from Lou. I don't know. Yeah, it's a good call. I'm very smart.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a good Alex.
But I wanted to, on behalf of the board, offer you this plaque in commemoration of your time here, because your spirited presence has been such an ingredient that we would not have any access to otherwise. And 2 years. And you set a bar that I think Kai has met, and that you build a culture that helps us function as a bar, as a board. I'm sorry. There's too much alcohol talk. We don't drink at our meetings, I promise, including tonight. But anyway, it's been our distinct pleasure, and through all your APs, the insane amount of them, through all the plays and everything that you come to the meetings, and you bring the information, and you give it to us so wonderfully. So, on behalf of the board, congratulations, and I hope you can add this to someplace nice, for instance.
Alex,
everybody. No. But it's okay. I wasn't expecting this. It's very much, it's been an emotional day. It's been an emotional couple of weeks. But tonight especially, first I want to just say thank you to all the teachers that are retiring tonight, and everybody that's worked in this building and that's made a difference. You have made a difference on all of us. I want to say very briefly first, Ms. Kikuchi, you are such a light, and it's been such a pleasure getting to know you. I've been in the guidance a lot this year. Your college is crazy, but thank you for being there and being someone just to brighten the room and to really lift my day. Thank you. And to Ms. Rep, we've worked very close together the past 4 years. SAD Club, a lot of ups, a lot of downs. But Ms. Rep, you are someone who students are always wanting to go see, because you know how to make people smile and you know how to say the right thing and to make people laugh. You're so funny. And it's been such a pleasure working with you. And you got me through some really tough times in high school, and you're really going to be missed. And Mr. A, I mean, you are Hastings High School, and your legacy will continue, and I thank you for everything you've done. In terms of the board, thank you to all the board members. It's been such an honor to work with all of you these past 2 years. And I think I spoke about this on the panel recently, but the beauty of having the 2 liaisons in this 2-year position is I've really gotten to know a lot of you, and being here for 2 years has just been wonderful. So I tell people this is, I think, the most rewarding thing I've done in all of high school. It's opened my eyes to this world of policy, how the educational system works in my school, and it's been an honor to sit at the table with you all. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Eliana. I'm just happy we all saw a small dose of what you bring, because that's exactly it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Eliana, I have to make a comment because, that's who I am. But first of all, after all of this, you've made me cry the most, so thanks for that. But you represent Hastings High School too. I mean, you give back in so many different ways in so many different groups. You're going to be totally missed, and I'm speaking personally. Sorry. As a PL, you've been amazing. I've really seen what you've done with the kids. Thank you so much.
I would like to add to that because both of you, I know you have a year more, but just the duo have been individuals that when I listen to, I know they have their ears to every student. I like to observe from afar, and just observing them and hearing what they have to say, delineating between what is theirs and what is everybody else, and putting that same passion and push, even if it's not their personal interest, it's with such maturity. You are incredible. I don't know what else to say, but I'm sure we all know that, and I know that other board leaders watching handpicked the 2 of you to speak because you two are incredible. And so it's not just us saying it, but other like top people in other board areas just notice the what the world needs. And for me, sitting here as a person of color, I'm not crying, but as a person of color, we need people like you. And I hope you continue with that heart that you have. And I always believe in the younger generation, because I know they will make our world better. So thank you for what you do.
I would just like to say congratulations. She's going to Harvard. She didn't want to brag, but that's incredible. And I'm so excited for what you will do next. I know you're taking her gap year. I could not convince her to come work at my nursery school, but the world awaits you, and I hope it's ready. And to the teachers, the tenured teachers, newly tenured teachers, and retirees, as a fellow teacher and school administrator, it is the best job and the hardest job, so thank you so much. And thank you to Joanne for taking care of my son often in the nurse's office. You've really been part of our team, so thank you so much. And congratulations to everyone.
It feels like we end too early, but so I want to thank all the retirees and tenure recipients again. We're going to move into the regular, less interesting part of our meeting. You're welcome to stay and be a witness to it.
Goodbye.
See ya. Enjoy your evenings, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll be thinking of you.
We'll take a moment.
It's like clear the room.
I was waiting outside for this to stop. So.
Good evening.
Congratulations. Good night.
Why not? It's casual, like casual Fridays. You know? Like, leave it for next year, Bobby.
Right. Sounds like a plan, Bobby.
Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you.
See you. See you. Oh, let me tell him.
Practiced a tad bit of restraint, but not an abundance of restraint.
Oh. No, it's fine. It's okay. I just brought it in case. I'm gonna bring it home and then drop it off tomorrow. Okay. Feels more like a normal board meeting.
That's very emotional.
Yeah. So our last, even though it's our penultimate meeting, it's I guess our last student report. I don't know if Kai, if you're motivated to attend on the 25th. I don't know. That's okay if you don't.
I gave her a pass.
Yeah, we gave you a pass. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be in state.
Yeah, then don't worry about it.
Yeah, okay.
So welcome to your final student report.
One last report.
One last report.
First, Kai's going to start on the report, but I want to say Ella Chu was here earlier. She's our new student liaison. Kai and I have spent the last couple of weeks reading through applications and interviewing all 11 of our applicants. And now we have Ella, so we welcome her, and we're excited for you to get to know her in the future.
Great.
I don't think I can really follow all those speeches, but sorry. The Multicultural Book Fair was 2 weeks ago now. It's kind of insane how much time flies. It was in the Cochrane Gym, sporting a whopping amount of literature, both about and written by people of all different cultures and experiences. Every single grade level got the opportunity to look around and to buy books, and it was so great to see so many kids super excited over learning about other backgrounds and other cultures. Pride was this past Friday. It was so much fun. I was there. I was running the Broadway Training Center stand, doing some theater trivia. And there were so many other booths there. Each one was representative of a different business from Hastings that was coming out to support the Pride Parade. There were performances from everyone between Broadway stars to college performers to our own members of the district. Our middle and high school choruses both performed. They were amazing. Still with music, the Jazz Picnic was this past Saturday. It was so wonderful, featuring performances from the middle school jazz band, the high school jazz band, and your very own Hastings-on-Hudson. It was such a lovely afternoon filled with music. I'm so happy to have been a part of it. This was my first year, and it was incredible. The Hillside Night of the Arts was 1 week ago today. It was a beautiful little gallery walk. The hallways are lined with student-created art. I saw a whole bunch as I wandered my way through here. It was really amazing. Yearbooks are coming out. We juniors got ours today, and they look so amazing. The cover is this beautiful scene of the Hudson River. It's gorgeous. I'm so excited to get a closer look at all of the fun details. So a million thanks to yearbook students and staff. Today was very exciting. We had our election results. It has been quite the lead up. There have been teams and individuals who have been campaigning for the last week and a half. I think every single morning there were at least 3 separate people outside the high school door offering munchkins. So we were well fed. So huge congratulations to everybody who won, and including our new school president and vice president, Nathan Kadali and Sophia Ballard. I'm very excited for their leadership. The peer leadership induction is this Thursday. I am super excited, so we'll be able to learn more about the program and what we should be expecting next year. The current PLs and the teachers will be there as well, and each of the new PLs will have a parent along with them so that everybody gets a sense of what's going on. The 4th grade moving up ceremony is going to be on Friday, June 21st. I still remember my moving up ceremony, so I'm sure that this is going to be a fun and super impactful moment for lots of people. And lastly, finals start on Friday. For me, this is both horrifyingly stressful and such a relief. I'm not really looking forward to them, of course, but it's the last big hurdle before our summer officially kicks off. So I know lots of others are feeling the same. We just need to push through for a little bit longer. I'm going to turn it over to Eliana.
Okay, I want to say first that Kai, it's been such an honor working with you this year. We've really gotten very close, and we work well together, and as seen at that panel, we bounce ideas off of each other, and we just flow, so thank you. It's been a pleasure. Okay, now on to this report. So Kai, I believe, mentioned at the last meeting, but prom was a couple of weeks ago, and it was so much fun. Many of the students in the grade gathered at Untermeyer Gardens to take those pre-prom photos. Personally, my favorite part of the night. Everyone looked really amazing, absolutely stunning. Then we all met in the courtyard at the high school and took a few more photos. Then we got onto the coach buses and went to the beautiful Glen Island Harbor Club in New Rochelle. It was a gorgeous location on the water, perfect venue. There were wonderful hors d'oeuvres and mocktails on that bar theme that apparently is coming up tonight. And then the party really got started with the food and the epic DJ on the dance floor, where I spent definitely most of my night dancing away, as I do. So much fun. So special thank you to Mr. Smith, who's a senior advisor, and everyone who helped make it such a great night. Definitely a night to remember. So the seniors have been out of the building for the past couple weeks on internships, which from what I've heard have been going really well. So that's why Kai spoke a little bit more about what's happening in the building, and I'll speak a little bit more about what's coming for the seniors especially. So senior internship presentations are this Thursday. We're coming into the building, it feels like one last time, just before lunch to present about our internships to all the other high school students. We're going to talk about our experiences over the last couple weeks, what we've learned, the challenges, takeaways, and advice for next year's internships. It's going to be kind of weird being in the building again. I know it's only been a couple weeks, but it feels like much longer. And then on Thursday, all the seniors will get their caps and gowns and their yearbooks. So really, everything's becoming so real. Then Friday, the seniors, we're going on our senior trip to Six Flags. So we'll arrive early, 7:30, take the buses to a super fun day with the roller coasters, and I'm super excited, especially because we're going to Six Flags on Flag Day. So that feels like we didn't do that on purpose, but that feels like the cherry on top. Tuesday, June 18th, is Senior Day. First, the seniors will unofficially come together for a senior sunrise, very, very early in the morning. And then at 10 a.m., the seniors will meet at Hillside for a clap out. Then from 11 to 12 is our graduation rehearsal. Then at 12:30, the seniors have a lunch provided by the PTSA in the courtyard. And finally, that night, 7 p.m., is the Community Awards Night. And then, big day, June 20th, is graduation. So graduation will start at 6, and it includes the national anthem sung by the chorus, music played by the orchestra, and a speech from the one and only Allie Morpet. So gonna be exciting. Gonna see a lot of tears. Finally gonna hear those words Mr. A was holding back. But it's insane to think about how fast it's all come and gone. But I'm still cherishing every moment that I still have. Last night was the Metro Awards for high school theater. I want to say huge congratulations to Emma Gelman, who won for Most Outstanding Lobby Design, and Jasper Zimmerman for Most Outstanding Work of a Student Pit Member. So huge congrats to them. And finally, the Hastings Booster Theater fundraiser is this Saturday night at 7 p.m. So come and support and see some wonderful performances by students, teachers.
Public comments coming, don't worry.
Not quite so young, but fourth graders will be performing. Students, teachers, administrators, directors, Broadway performers, all at this fundraiser. It's going to be an amazing night with students 4th through 12th singing together. Very emotional for me because it's my last time performing on this HHS stage, which has been such an important part of my high school career. And if you come, you might see me do some tap dancing. So, I don't know. Okay, now finally, so Kai and I have been waiting a long time to talk about this. So at the end of last year, Dr. McCursey gave Kai and I a copy of The Governance Core, School Board, Superintendents, and Schools Working Together by Davis Campbell and Michael Phelan. And Kai and I, we took this as our summer reading for last year. And we annotated, and we took notes, and we came to the school year ready to talk about our book. And so now, this book, and now we're going to share our takeaways very briefly with you all. Okay,
We'll keep it quick. So one of the moments Eliana and I really focused in on was super early in the book, just 15 pages in, and it's the origin of the word governance. So it's derived from the Greek word kubernesis, which means to steer a ship. So I think that a Board of Education often finds itself in the position of steering, whether it's in regard to budget adjustments, to renovations, or any of the other major decisions that have to be made constantly. So I think that governance, in this sense at least, is vital for our school, or the ship, to succeed. We must have someone to captain. So this book focused on another idea that Eliana and I were able to connect, which is the celebration of learning. The Board of Education, obviously, is centered around educating and learning, and it's also centered around the students. So it's so important to celebrate the moments that we can learn from, as well as recognizing that they are areas for improvement. So steering the ship doesn't always come naturally, but it's a skill. And over this year, I am so happy and proud to have been able to watch you all keep us afloat.
That was sweet. My biggest takeaway was this moral imperative that's talked about right in chapter 1, and that is to put all this focus on the students. Because Kai and I talked about this at the panel, but we're seated here at this table. We're all seated here for the students. So we take action and make decisions for the benefit of the students. So I admired how much this book emphasized that. Like throughout, it was the theme we're here for the students, bringing us back. Because sometimes we get other places, but we're here to focus on the students.
Yep.
I want to also read off these guidelines for serving on the board mentioned on page 23. I just thought it was something nice to sort of end with. Stay focused on content, not behavior or style. Always be true to the norms of the board. Do not take differences personally. Reserve judgment. And finally, listen empathetically. So it was such a pleasure reading about governance. It really was, I promise. And it really has been a pleasure working with all of you. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you for this gift. That was such a surprise. So thank you all. And there, that was our last report.
Okay, shifting the mic. It breaks my heart a little bit to say that if you're free to leave if you'd like.
I have a question before they leave. I'm sorry. I have a question for you. This came last week. It wasn't last week. Whenever we met our last meeting, and I had mentioned how your selection is rigorous, and it looked like some did not know because people, just like when we got in, we're wondering how do people get selected to get here. Can you throw some light on it so that the community would know that it's truly not picking cronyism thing, which
Oh yeah, absolutely.
and also and just talking to an isolated way, because I regard you guys and the previous representatives that we've had since I've been on the board, they've all been incredible. And so I'm just talking to scattered individuals, and I think that it would be good to shed that light, and also just the way that you get the silent voices, the minority voices that you're able to bring. Whether you did it, it was very clear with what you did with the music stuff because it was recent. But as you rightly said, it's about our students. That's why we're all here, and all students, not some students. And sometimes the issues that come to us, as we speak about it, it looks like we are just talking for some kind of students only, which I know you guys do more than just focusing on just a group or kind of students. So it would be good for it to come from you guys directly instead of me trying to be the one speaking on behalf of how you do your stuff. So it would be great for the community to hear.
First, I'll say that the beauty of having two liaisons is that Kai and I do represent different aspects of student life, and we do different things. But we definitely put an effort in day-to-day life to talk to a wide variety of students to get different opinions, going into different circles, different groups, different clubs, different activities. We do try to actively ask, like, what are things you want to see changed? What are things you see in the building? What are your concerns, your opinions? And a lot of the time, students also come to us. And in terms of the application process and finding the student board member, how we worked this year is Kai and I spoke to each and every single one of the English sophomore classes. We went in, gave a 5-minute presentation on what we do, and why everyone should want to apply to work with the board. We definitely wanted to go in face-to-face to talk to students, rather than just they read something on a piece of paper or watch a video. Talking to them and being able to answer their questions, it allows them to learn more about what we do, and then maybe spark this desire to work with us. From there, there's a written application with a few questions that they emailed to us. And then we had one-on-one interviews with all of the candidates and discussed with Senor Lopez, the advisor of Student Union, and we selected from there. Anything you want to add?
I'll say that having both the written application and the in-person interview was a real deciding factor in how we made our decision, because the way that applicants wrote on paper could have been very different from how they acted in real life. One of the pieces of the spoken application is us saying, could you give us an impromptu student report? And so we let them think about it. We don't put them on the spot, but it's very clear to see the students that are able to interact with people on all levels of the social spectrum that come from all different groups. And from there, it of course was a very tough decision, but we were able to see the students who had truly connected with members of their community and who really had, you know, just tapped into all sorts of different aspects of Hastings.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again. All right, we're going to switch up the order a little bit. Thank you, public, for waiting. I'm going to move public comment to right now. If anybody would like to make a comment.
There's been some baby trying to give public comments the whole time. The whole time.
There's nobody signed in, so I don't know.
Oh, no one signed in?
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Well, oh, okay.
Okay.
Do you have a public
No, it's not, there's nobody signed in. So.
No one signed in?
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's
Oh.
fine.
Okay.
So, without no further ado, Tessa and Laura, I hope I didn't thin the crowd out too much for you, but welcome. This is a follow-up report to the SPED advisory. Was that in the October or November?
Sometime in the fall.
Right, and I remember we ended up with the new theory of action. I thought it was an excellent report, so I'm excited to see what's next. Welcome.
All right. I do, on a side note, I know there was a lot of updates about like recent community events, and there was a great event I attended this weekend. I think I saw Teresa there, Dr. Lang. It was a Juneteenth celebration that was at the Metro North, and that was a pretty powerful thing. Okay.
We were there. Some board members were there.
Yeah, Teresa was. I saw,
not just
there might have been more, but when I left. All right. Okay. So I want to recap and bring us back to where we were when we last met. I'm going to use the words interconnectivity a lot. So our main focus when we last met was self-efficacy, right? And within that, and I'm going to go a little bit more in depth about self-efficacy, the theory of it. I know the last time we spoke, we gave a very generic definition of it, and I want to go with a little bit more granular analysis of what that really looks like.
Tessa, I'm sorry. I'm just worried about at home. Maybe you might want to use the mic.
Okay,
Yeah.
can everybody hear me? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Should I repeat everything I said, or are we good? Or no?
You wanna
Okay.
start off, yeah.
Yeah, so I want to just recap of what the advisory committee was looking at as far as our goals within the areas of self-efficacy. We had two academic goals. One was identifying successful data analysis to inform our areas to improve practice, and the second one was provide professional learning around the use of data for instruction. That was our academic focus. Our social emotional focus was to enhance the faculty's confidence of working with students with IEPs and to enhance ownership of all students regardless of classification status. So what I said earlier, and I'm not sure if I got cut off, was when I first came up here, or when I came with the team, I think initially we spoke about self-efficacy, and I think we gave a very sort of generic, detail, and I want to give a little bit more granular understanding of what self-efficacy means and how it applies to the work that we've been doing. So if I get a little boring, I'm sorry, I'll try to make it a little lively. All right, so the concept of self-efficacy, it was designed by Albert Bandera. He is a Canadian psychologist, and it focuses on, I know we use this term interchangeably with self-esteem and self-efficacy, and they're really two different things, right? So when you're looking at self-efficacy, you're talking about a person's own belief in their capacity to complete or to go through challenging situations, to perform specific tasks to produce specific performance task attainment. So you're looking at it in a very simple way. Hey, there's a challenging task in front of me. I believe I have the capacity to successfully complete that task. When we're talking about self-esteem, we're talking about, hey, I feel good about myself just as a person. Not really, hey, I believe I could complete this task, but I believe that I believe I'm a good person. I feel good about myself. But when I'm talking about self-efficacy, I believe I have the skills, or if I don't have the skills, I can learn the skills to complete a challenging task. So it's two connected topics, but they're pretty specifically different. When you're looking at self-efficacy, it goes into sort of 4 quadrants of how you could achieve or how you can measure self-efficacy. So you have performance accomplishments. You do something well, your self-efficacy gets higher. The more you do it, the better you feel about yourself, the better you believe in your ability to do something. You have vicarious experiences, so I'm watching somebody do something successfully, and I could have the self-efficacy, my efficacy raises as I'm watching them experience success in some, very similar demographic to myself. You have verbal persuasion, that's, hey, though you can do it, the verbal encouragement of building up their capacity. And then you have the physiological, how you feel when you perform something better or when you complete a challenging task. So we're looking at self-efficacy. These are the 4 quadrants of how it's measured. And remember, I know we're using interchangeably self-esteem and self-efficacy, but we're really focusing on somebody understanding the skills and their belief to overcome challenging experiences. All right. So this is some of the work that we've done in our advisory committee, right? So some of the things we've done, we've gone very, knee deep in, and some of the things we're just broaching the surface on. So I'm gonna highlight areas that we really made some significant grounds of improvement, and I'm gonna highlight other areas that we just on a very surface level started talking about. So our reading instruction at Hillside, we redesigned as far as entry and exit criteria. We looked at data to inform those decisions, and we're trying to move that up from Hillside from grades grades 1 through 4 to the middle school with 5, 6, 7, 8 and above to talk about our exit and entry criteria. Our hybrid models of instruction. So I'm going to speak more about that in depth in the next couple of slides. We did a pilot within the math classrooms, and it will explain the success metrics that came with that. Professional learning, our advisory committee started discussing how we could expand our capacity in professional learning. And right now, hopefully, we will get approval to work with GNR, which is our inclusion group. We've done work with them in the past, I want to say about 4 years ago, and we had high success with them, and we're looking to build that partnership further. So adaptive PE. I want to give a huge shout out to the PE department. They really were boots on the ground looking on how we could expand adaptive PE, how we could use data to inform our decisions with adaptive PE. And then Melissa, I know you sort of segued that work or started that work earlier before, or in the early stages of the advisory committee to really look at that information. Testing centers, that's something recently we discussed. Like I said, it was a very surface level discussion, just talking about how we could how students can access testing centers, how we could use it to better support our students with disabilities and different testing accommodations, and just overall, whether it's a 504 student or a student with an IEP, how we could build a space to have them have that support. World language, we discussed, there's a lot of students with IEPs that have foreign language exemptions. There's also a lot of students that have the desire to challenge themselves through foreign language. So on a very surface level, we discussed how students with disabilities are accessing foreign language and what are the different models of supports we can do to support them. So, I definitely, our team was very interdisciplinary. We had foreign language teachers, PE teachers, elementary school teachers, high school teachers, middle school teachers, math supports, ELA supports. It was a gamut of skill set that was part of this advisory committee that helped bring this work to life. So we piloted our hybrid model for math in Farragut Middle School. I won't read, each 4 of these bullet points, but, everybody can read for the why, the implementation, the what, and the results. I will discuss briefly of what the model looked like as far as the implementation. So we run on a 6-day cycle, and we alternated the days of small class, which is small class instruction within the hybrid, between that and the ICT classes. So if you have an ACE day, you would be in your ICT class. BDF days, you would be in a small class getting direct instruction from a licensed special education teacher. I have to give a huge shout out to Brittany Stanfield and Chris Lembo. They were boots on the ground as far as looking at data, looking at exit and entrance criteria, looking at student success. They did a lot of work to get this model off the ground. And I'll go in detail as far as what we looked at and sort of the results. There's going to be 3 to 4 different areas we're going to discuss as far as measuring the success of the program, and also areas of to continue to look at, to continue to monitor. So if you look at these 2 bar graphs, right? The bar graph on the left is our star scores, the student star scores from 2022 to 2023. And the one on the right is their star scores from 23 to 24. I just want to point out, like, if you're going to look at it just very quickly, it's going to be like, oh, wow, the score report on the left looks significantly higher than the score report on the right. But if you're looking at the dependent variable, like the student's scores, you're going to see the overall score is higher. So visually, yeah, it looks like the one on the left shows more growth. But in reality, if you look at it, the one on the right shows more growth. As you can see, the top score goes from 1,000 to 1,250, showing that students are making growth in their STAR assessment. I don't know if I need to elaborate what the STAR assessment is. Melissa, I'm pretty sure you spoke to ad nauseum of what the STAR reports are. So you could see, if you look at the bar graph on the left, 3 out of 5 students had negative growth in that testing window. If you look on the right, 5 out of 5 students all had growth. Mind you, it's a small class model, so the maximum amount of students you could have is 12. We decided to start with a small amount of 5. We offered it to more families, but some families chose not to access it. But the 5 students that did access it all showed growth in their STAR report assessments in this school year. All right, so then we have some more assessments that we're looking at. So when we were designing the program, one of the assessments we looked at as far as an entrance point was math fluency on the FAM. I know there are some psychologists here, so that you might be familiar, which is the Pfeiffer assessment of math. So when we look at math fluency, we're looking at addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, conceptual learning, and math facts and strategies within memory. So if you look at their math fluency scores for this year, all 5 students showed growth. If you look at their linguistic concepts, which is math linguistic concepts on the FAM, it focuses on neurodevelopment, cognition, and proficiency in math skills. All 5 students showed growth in that quadrant, in that assessment as well. So I don't want to just make a statement that, everything went, flawlessly. We did have math equation building, and this is a little tricky, and this is a very inconsistent growth model that we saw with these students. So I just want to point out for students 3 and students 4, their initial score in the fall was 0, and they made growth in that area. But if you look at student 1 and student 2, there was not that much growth, or if anything, there was regression in that area. And when you look at this assessment, this focuses, yes, it's math equation building, but it also really focuses on reading comprehension. So this is an area we want to look at further. We have to analyze what was going on. We have to do a sort of maybe an item analysis of where the students didn't do well and really look at this further. So overall, the bulk of our assessments showing that this is a successful model for growth, but this is still an area that we want to look further into. I just want to make sure I touched on everything. Yeah. Good. So we had a lot of professional learning focusing on data. And what we want to do moving forward as a district is really, really focus on our quantitative data. I think in Hastings we do a great job at the qualitative. We know kids, we speak very informally, we speak formally, but we need to really have a heavy focus on our quantitative data. Students are not numbers. I understand that people are not numbers, right? But numbers do matter to a certain extent. And we have to use that quantitative data to focus our programming, to focus our CSE decisions, and related services. We really have to do, I don't say a better job, but we really want to make that more of an area of focus to really look at our quantitative data to make data-informed decisions with all of our children. We have the qualitative. I think we do a great job with the qualitative. But I think with that quantitative, we really, really have to dig deeper in. It drives everything within the school district, specifically within special education. And I say that to say this. Our numbers are growing, right? This is a good problem at this moment, right? Within the past 2 years, we have close to 20 students, whether out of district or parentally placed, returning back to district. Our communications class, grades 3-5, is expanding, it's doubling. We had 3 students in there, now we're moving to 6 students, with 3 of those students being from other districts tuitioning in. And we also have our K2 class, which is growing as well. So our population of students with disabilities are growing. we just don't want to get to a point where we get too big to fail. And that is why we have to really start using more data-informed practices. Not saying we're not, but we really want to make that a standard. You know, we're subjectively, now I'm going to speak qualitative data, our reputation is growing in a good manner. You know, parents are not no longer, but very few parents are pulling their children. More families are moving into this community for special education services. Word of mouth is an important thing, and there's a snowballing effect where, you know, you tell a friend, and people want to come to this community. So we have to figure out what are our benchmarks, what are our standards, and data has to drive those conversations. So we're sort of at, did I miss a slide? I think I'm missing a slide. Yeah. Huh.
Which one?
I'm missing my professional learning slide.
You have the.
I can speak to it, which is fine. Wait, no, it's right here. Okay, sorry. I went too fast. Slideshow. Okay, no, that's not it. All right, I'm missing a professional learning slide. So I'll just speak to it. There are 4 areas of professional learning that we are focusing on. That's probably my focus. I sent Melissa an update, and I might have deleted it by accident. So GNR, which is the GNR Inclusive Group, which I spoke to, knock on wood, they will be starting in Hillside in September, and we will be starting that work, and it's going to focus on co-teaching, looking at our continuum, coaching, UDL, access, scheduling. That's going to be that area of focus. I believe we're going to continue our data coaching. We had a partnership with Putnam Northern Westchester BOCES, and it went very well, and it really drive the bulk of the work that I'm talking about. So that's something we're going to continue to look into. I started working with the middle school and Hillside, just very broaching the topic very early, looking at AI and looking how we can use AI to support students with disabilities. I know Melissa mentioned something as far as the technology committee following up with AI as well. And our crisis prevention institution, we want to continue that work, which is our verbal, nonverbal de-escalation techniques, as well as physical engagements if we have to support that work as well. All right, now that's slide. So I think we have we're sort of at, I don't know, it's not a crossroads if you go through race. I have no idea what that's called. But as a district, there are 3 different avenues that are areas to look into. Infrastructure-wise, financially, I don't know if we could tackle all 3. And I'm going to speak to the 3 areas. I don't want to say 3 areas of need, but 3 areas that are approaching district-wide, right? So you have therapeutic supports, right? That is, you know, the mental health portion of where we really see students struggling, specifically students with disabilities. We've had a significant increase of students being classified with emotional disabilities. And there are supports here, but there are programmatic supports that can be built into place if we want to focus on that. Our second portion is our special class population. I spoke to our growing numbers within that area. You know, in order to focus on either one of these, there are infrastructure needs that have to be done, as well as financial commitments. For our special class population, we are part of a consortium with Irvington, Dobbs Ferry, other local river towns, in which we generally take their younger students, their elementary age students, and when the students get to a middle school age, they go to Irvington or one of those programs for that support. So, you know, there is a place for those students, but the question as a district is like, do we want to build a place here, or do we want to continue to expand on those partnerships? Therapeutic supports, we don't have any formal therapeutic support programs, and generally if a student gets to that need, we generally look for a out-of-district placement for that support. The key, I think, in sort of the, not a barrier, but a key support to all of this are our building level supports, which are not special education supports. And I would strongly encourage and advise to invest in more building level supports. The more preventative supports we could put into place academically, behaviorally, social emotionally, it will prevent CSE referrals, it will prevent you know, it could support students before it rises to a level of special education in some instances. It doesn't necessarily mean, hey, you get building level supports, you'll never be a student with disability, but it could be a super important preventative measure to help, I don't want to say preventative, a preventative support for students before it rises to a CSE level. And then all the way to the left, I met this little Venn diagram. You know, I'm talking about student self-efficacy. I think we also have to put a heavy emphasis on our teacher self-efficacy, right? So we had this meeting, and I don't know the number of retirees, but you know, there's gonna be more and more retirees, and we're gonna have more and more newer, younger teachers, right? And we wanna focus on that retention. And everything I mentioned with the 4 quadrants of self-efficacy for students coincides with teachers. And we wanna make sure we support them, we wanna make sure we develop them, we wanna make sure we provide them with the professional learning they need. So these are things that are coming down the pipe, all 3 of these things. We need to figure out where we want to invest our energies and how to support both students and staff. So I'm gonna recap. You know, when we're looking at our goals of looking at data, I spoke to the hybrid model, I spoke to our reading instruction. We are looking to expand our hybrid model next year with the ELA portion as well as the math portion in grades 6, 7, and 8. So, you know, we've seen that the data shows, the quantitative data shows there's been success in that model, so we're gonna expand on that model. Our communication class is growing, and that's good, you know, in the sense of there are in-district supports for students, and also we're doing a good job. It is sort of revenue building as far as when other programs come here. Like I said, with our advisory committee, we had touch points from all subject areas, all interdisciplinary areas, PE, foreign language, math, science, you know, everything we work together. And I think with that, it enhances their own confidence in working with kids with IEPs and also their own ownership when they're boots on the ground working for these programs, building things. They see it, they see the work they do, and they see the high yielding fruit that's coming from the work they do. So I think I spoke a lot. I just want to make sure I got everything, and I'm really mad I didn't get my slide in there, but I'll send an update to Melissa for that. Yeah, just want to make sure. Yes, I think I got everything. Oh, the one thing I just want to close with. Everything I'm discussing, I know special ed, but it's bigger than special ed, right? We have to look at this as a district-wide. You know, these supports will help general education students. I mean, they're designed for special ed students, but I think we have to think about specifically data. That's not just a special ed thing. It is really not just a special ed thing. That has to be a K-12 IEP or not focus. And that is it, I believe.
Tessa, thank you very much, and Laura as well. I'm going to open up for any questions or comments that we have.
I have a question for Jody, actually. Sorry. When you were here, I mean, I know you're still here, but did we not have some kind of what Hillside has right now, some kind of study hall thing happening? Oh, actually, Maureen, you would know as well. Some kind of study hall thing that was happening in the middle school. Study hall? Something like a kind of study hall. I don't know the name they were calling it because I wasn't even pregnant, let alone. No, it was just for the, not special ed, just for the students. It's, you know, Amy has something going on right now. What did they call it? Like it helps students that are struggling with certain.
Yeah, they had different programs over the years. It's changed.
It started with RTI. So
right.
Years ago, their law started saying that schools had to show. It actually was a specific is focused on learning disability, where you couldn't classify a child as learning disabled until you had showed that you had put building up. There was other measures put in place to show that it wasn't just the child that
Is struggling.
was struggling, that the teacher was also taking responsibility for teaching the child in a different way.
Correct,
That
correct.
was years ago. That's how it started out as RTI.
Okay.
And then it's transformed into a much more building level support program of multi-tiered system of supports, and that's where the MTSS is.
Right.
And then AIS was part of that?
Yeah, they're
I mean,
interchangeable
there were
acronyms.
other programs that
Yeah.
were sometimes before school and after school.
Right.
No, I didn't know whether it was middle school or not.
Yeah.
At that time, I wasn't paying
Right.
attention.
Well, best-
But I knew there was
I
something.
think it was district-wide.
Yeah, best practice. Those supports should be K-12. You know, how they look, the frequency. You know, that's up to the building's discretion. But there should be some sort of precursor to referral to support students.
Well, currently,
Right, exactly.
there's two reading specialists that provide it at Hillside.
Yeah.
And one math
Come
specialist.
to-
And
yeah.
at Hillside, and at middle school, we only have one. We do not have
Right.
the reading. We don't have the literacy.
Right.
Separate positions that exist in Hillside.
Right.
So we just have the one math that we established last year.
I
So
was
that's
just-
kind of his
yeah.
point, that we should be
Yeah, you-
expanding those
right.
services.
Yeah. So
But we
I'm-
also need space for those because we're.
Correct. As much as I should be talking about special ed because it touches here, but whilst you were, it just clicked in my head because I know that there was something like that. So if maybe that would be helpful.
It would be,
I'm-
you know,
I'm just-
and I think to tie it in, you know, the academics are extremely important, but you know, social emotional, like just the data showing that you know the trends of students running into issues disciplinary from you know social emotional responses. Our numbers of students classified with emotional disturbance, our numbers of students being recommended for out-of-district placements for emotional issues, you know, they are growing. You know, like I said, there is, you know, theory and rhetoric and there's reality and, you know, there's limited space and there's limited, you know, finances. So I like, you know, those three options, or I would say two special ed options, we really would have to think where we want to invest our energies.
I have two questions.
Mhm.
Why don't we have an ELA MTSS? Is it a staffing issue, or we just didn't think we needed
So,
it?
I can speak to it briefly, yeah.
Oh, money.
So,
Yeah.
in the-
Sorry.
No, in the
I
past,
don't
in
mean
the
to put you on.
No, I brought it up.
Okay, well,
in the middle school in the past, years ago, there was a person who was delivering some level of intervention, but also coaching. And doing both of those things well is and having an impact in either area is very difficult. Now, that position was eliminated, I want to say, 4.5 years ago.
Well, that became the job that actually morphed, and then that morphed
It
into right now.
shifted.
Mhm.
So we all recognize that there is a need, not just for intervention, but also for enrichment. So as
Yeah.
you know, Tespa spoke to the STAR, so the diagnostic screener, and we are able to see, you know, administering the diagnostic screener a few times a year, we can see who needs what, both at the elementary school level and at the middle school level. One of the creative solutions to this, given that we do not have a position for this specifically, is that Scott Wynn is looking at the master schedule and looking at the context of the 80-minute literacy block and thinking about it differently. So for example, 40 minutes core content, and then the other part would give intervention, enrichment. So we're working creatively together to try to solve that. We're solving that differently to get kids what they need than we are with the math, because we do have currently a dedicated interventionist position. So we're working on that, but we all recognize that there really is a significant need to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all students in literacy in the middle school.
I just heard of the change from 80-minute ELA in middle school to now 40
In sixth grade.
in sixth grade. I think we're going to have a lot of families questioning why that's happening and what that means for ELA, and that we should really be proactive in explaining, you know, that there's obviously a rationale behind it. And because when I heard it as a parent, I said, what? How could we go from 80 minutes to 40 minutes? This is a core subject. So I think there's going to be a lot of parent questioning. And I just also for special ed, I know that there's limited funding and scheduling, and there's a big wish list, but I think we could also
Teresa,
think of what.
You may want
Oh.
to speak in the
Speak
mic.
in
the mic, yeah.
because of-
So what about an executive functioning kind of class or group or?
Yeah,
Right.
that's something, you know, that we've yeah.
Used to.
Right. Right.
It was in the wheel.
Yeah. And it's a significant need as far as executive functioning. You know, if you're looking academically, you know, I think we've made great strides in literacy. You know, I think we're making good strides in math, as you can see. But to, you know, some things, you know, if you look at a UDL model, there are some things that could just be generally applied for all students in the classroom. And I think executive functioning is one of those things that would work well in any setting for any student. You know, just those organizational skills, those test-taking strategies, just prepping for life. You know, I think, but that connects to sort of when we're talking about the MTSS system. You know, that could be part of that as well. You know, executive functioning, coding, comprehension, math fluency. Like these are all things that could be handled at a building level to an extent. And when those building level supports are not yielding positive results, then you say, all right, let's look to CSE. You know, the main thing you have to look at when you're looking at MTSS, it's the same services that we're offering, but it's that we offer more of a higher frequency and a longer ratio. So MTSS, you might get a reading support 3 days a week. If you're a student with an IEP, you'll get it daily. You know, but maybe those 3 days a week could remediate or support your need as opposed to it being a CSE, you know, decision. It gets tricky when you sort of don't have that third base and you go all the way to home, you know. So if I don't have that building level support, then hands get tied, for lack of a better term.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Thank you, Teresa. I think that just from, I mean, I'm leaving soon, but I want to just throw the academics in the mix of this, that in the future, thank God, the budget reflected student-centered, and so thank God we had it passing. And I'm hoping that as we think ahead and as our new colleagues come in, we know that the academics will always be centered to a school, because it's a school, obviously, and so I know the community heart is there, and music is also an academic thing, it's people's careers. So I think that if we think through some of the things that was working in the past, that some of us, before we even had a baby, fell in love with Hastings because we knew the academics was great, and those things were there. We were aware of the fact that there was that zeroing in to help the students get to their self-efficacy based on their strength, and then the support that they get. So I'm just hoping that there are a lot that I'm hearing is missing. It was there, you know,
Right.
Who knows when things vanish.
Right.
And so Dr. Makesi is here to I mean, we've had turnovers with superintendents, so I'm just happy Dr. Makesi is here to just allow the continuity
Right.
of those things that we can unearth, you know, and thank God we have Jody here who knows a whole lot.
You know,
and then Maureen, who has been here hands-on with the building level of stuff. So I think just bringing these reminders and things that are working, just re-adding it so that once we bring information to the community and say that, hey, this was helping, this whole thing, I mean, I'm just calling it learning hall extra work, so we want to incorporate it. This is the cost to it. You know what I mean? Because I think that would be very helpful. So
No,
I just want to throw that out
I
there.
I don't want to be here forever, but you made me think of something, you know, to segue back of, you know, talking about things that worked. And so 5 years ago when we went to Syracuse, and we were, I don't know how long it was, but we went to a conference on inclusion, and we came, and Laura, I don't want to speak for you, but we came out of that conference and we were like, you know what, this is the way it is. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be in small classes. And you should never be of the volition or thought that it has to be one way or another. We looked at other districts around, and a lot, mostly all other districts have a wider continuum of services than we have, right? And at one point, we had no small class, and we were like, small class, this is the biggest taboo, and it's a 4-letter word in special education. But, for some students, they need that direct instruction. Listen, we will include any student that needs to be included, whether it's academically, socially, whatever the reason may be. But there has to be different avenues to support students, right? And we see the numbers that these 5 kids responded well to small class. And if they were in an ICT only class, I can't say for certain, but looking at the numbers from last year to this year, they didn't respond that favorably. So I think the more expansive our options are as far as continuums, we have to have stringent safeguards and criteria to get into these programs, but I think the more we have to offer, the better we can support students, and ideally, the more they will grow. So, to Dr. Lang's point of, we brought back small classes. We're not going to go back to where we were, where there was small class only, because I think you have to have that balance. But some students do need it. And I think we're confident enough to say, hey, you know what? We need to go back to where that was to an extent.
I would just share something personal, but I know that, I've been public about my one and only child, my husband and our child, but I know that, of course, someone who couldn't speak even till he was 5 years old, it was just a small class that had to be there. But then when we were, I remember when Laura was doing, told us that he's ready for ICT. And we went with it, and it was the best thing that happened to him socially. But you never know until you know. So it's not like, and then now, with where he is, that may not fit.
Right.
So it's like, it's such an individual thing, it's small class. Jump to ICT because we need to work on social stuff. Now come back to small class now. So it's just that kind of different ways that it's not one size fit all. And I think that Dr. Makesi said it perfectly, and I wanted to capture his words. And he said it so fast I couldn't, but I remember there was a concern about the state demanding some kind of process. And you remember what I'm trying to and you were like, you said it in a very succinct way that I don't have that kind of brain to say it, but I like the phrase in which he made that. It's similar to one size doesn't fit all, but it was better put. And I think it's really what academia is, and we have to really look into that. Do you all remember that, or it's just me?
I remember the moment, but I don't remember what the phrase is.
But he remembers at least, so that's good. Okay, so anyway.
He's in charge, don't worry. Good answer. All right, any other questions, comments? No?
I just wanted to say thanks, guys, for doing this. And, I know that there's a strong focus on data, but the one data that it's hard to track is the self-confidence that you're growing in the kids, and I think that's tied to self-efficacy, and that, to me, is a major important part of what you're doing. So thanks for that.
We did survey the students, too, and we got positive feedback from them, and Mr. Lembo and Ms. Rouse also, gave us positive feedback about the program. So that's the general education teacher and the ICT teacher. So, we tried to look at it from every angle,
great.
So.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, let me just add, I know we want to move on, but I want to thank Tesfa, Laura, I want to thank Melissa Szymanski, because it's a good example of a coming together as you should have in a small district, but it doesn't always happen. In terms of where we've been with the Special Ed Advisory Committee, you can see Laura's, kind of handing some of that leadership to Tesfa, which I think is really, really important. And again, Melissa Szymanski has been very, very active, as have faculty, teachers, as Tessa's explained. I've been here long enough to know there's a new word here we have to be very careful about, but it's very important that it's now in our lexicon, and that's data. So, for example, on July 9, I think that's the date, we'll do our year end. And that, for now, a couple years running, is the first time where you're getting some degree of a look at evidence and data. Final thing I'll say is immature communities focus on data in the wrong way. Because we are humans, numbers don't explain a human. No one number would explain any of our children or grandchildren, nieces and nephews on one given day. No one day explains. It's that looking at it over time. But a very mature, thoughtful community will use data, multiple pieces, multiple types, keep probing. And I do think in the last several years we've gotten to the point of talking and using data. So I really thank you, Tess, for putting it at the center, because here's the clinching point. Whether we used to do something and want to get back to it, we have to have evidence as to why to go back. We can't just race back to that quote-unquote good old day, because it may not have been so good old, you know, just old. That's what we want to think about. But I thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you both. Thank you.
Leave it up or close it out?
Okay. Okay. Thank you again. Thank you. Moving on, we have on board docs, we have the report from the superintendent. Are there any highlights you wanted to pull out?
I just urge you to look at it. There's a lot in there, and I really thank student liaisons in plural for picking up a lot of the good points that are in there. But please look at that and indeed focus on we feel very good about the addition of Tara Ware to our high school team, and that's brought up there again.
Thank you. Moving on to our report from Dr. Szymanski. I know it's a small one. Anything you want to pull out from there? Or?
Sure. Our key focus in June with my office has been hiring, observations, finishing that up for APPR, and also evaluations. Everyone gets an evaluation, and this is a very busy time around that. But there has still been a foot on the gas pedal with curriculum work. And I did want to make mention, so Tesfa was talking about adaptive PE and the dovetail with data and the dovetail with the curriculum review cycle and the PE and health team over the course of the year. They were looking at their program and they were looking at the coherence of their program. And it was exciting to note that they were able to come together, and they said it was for the first time as a department to really look K-12 at the scope of their program and the skills that students are acquiring moving through. But one of the things that kept coming up is making sure they were meeting the needs of all students, and it really did come back down to, do we have a process in place for really getting specific with how we need to meet their needs, and what are their strengths, and where are their areas for growth, and does it require a different approach to physical education? And from that, it resulted in some training, professional learning for the PE team around delivery of adaptive PE for students. It also involved developing tracking forms and assessments and making sure that there's really concrete data that enters into the process now when relevant for a student who has a need, and there's a CSE meeting, for example. So while that didn't happen last week, I did want to make mention of it as I'm giving my comments, because Tesfa mentioned it, and I really do want to commend the PE and health team for really great work that they've done all year, mostly on program, mostly on their curriculum, mostly around units of study and design work. But there was that intersection and that interplay between what was happening with the Special Ed Advisory Committee, one of the key goals of building data capacity, and the work of the PE and health team. So wanted to mention that. And then social studies, the most recent development, I've been providing updates over the course of the year about the work in social studies. Middle and high are focusing on, well, both K-12, both complexes, Hillside and then the Farragut complex, have been focusing on authentic learning opportunities and really doing an inquiry into that. Middle and high, because of the developmental readiness of the students and what's happening in the world, have focused their entry point on AI and the interdisciplinary connection with social studies and writing specifically, and then where does AI fit into all of that. So working backwards in my little blurb here, there will be continued work to now take the professional learning, take the inquiry work that they've been doing, and then moving into planning authentic learning opportunities, incorporating the use of AI, and there's summer work that's happening around that for middle and high. And similarly, at the elementary level, K-4, still a focus on authentic learning opportunities. We realized here at Hillside that through the inquiry process, we were all approaching social studies differently. And so we had to grapple with that, and we had to grapple with what we thought about that. Is that okay? Is it not okay? Do we want to be more coherent? And so we were looking at the standards, we were looking at the practices, we were looking at the portrait, and we were thinking about what's the next level of work for the elementary school in social studies. And the decision of the social studies committee participants was to anchor as a key resource the ELA social studies curriculum, which is through Putnam Northern Westchester BOCES. That's an interdisciplinary approach. And also, every single grade level would take on at least one C3 inquiry, which is really an inquiry-based, interdisciplinary approach to teaching social studies. So some grade levels were ambitious and took on more, but at least one per grade level, and really with the intention of having authentic, immersive, in many cases more project-based, problem-based inquiry work in social studies.
Wow, interesting. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me just tuck in here. We'll follow up with you on the question about the shift in 6th grade.
Okay.
We'll get a note out to you on that. That fits within this area, but there's is an example where I think less is more, and we'll give you that explanation through Scott. So,
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. McCursey. Thank you, Dr. Szymanski. Moving on to business official Maureen Carvalho.
Wait until we get to the facilities.
Okay, for sure. Public comment we've already had. Moving on to business items. Are there any questions or comments regarding business items 1 through 5? Is there a motion to approve business items 1 through 5?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Moving on to placement and services for CSE and CPSE. Are there any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve our placement and services for CSE and CPSE?
So moved. Oops, sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Moving on to personnel. This will be consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments regarding our appointments, our amendments, or our resignations? Is there a motion to approve our consent agenda of appointments, amendments, and resignations?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Moving on to minutes. These would have been from our last meeting of May 29th. Are there any questions or comments about our meeting, our minutes from the 29th? Our minutes from the May 29th meeting. No? Is there a motion to approve our minutes from the May 29th meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And moving on to committee reports, this would be facilities. This is a meeting that we had this afternoon. Maureen, did you want to pull anything specific out of it to highlight, or?
I think, I mean, Bill, if you wanted, I know you wanted to say a few things, but we just wanted to really quickly go through the presentation because although it's a facilities committee meeting, we are now speaking very specifically about a bond referendum that we are looking for the board to adopt. And we've been talking about this for the past, I think, 2 years or so, and just kind of now, today we were laying out not only some of the scope of work, but also the potential timelines. And I think for the board, who will be the board that will need to be adopting it and considering what we'll be bringing forward, I think it's good for everyone to be aware of the timeline, which we did kind of go through with the committee today. There were other aspects, Alex was there, of the meeting beyond this PowerPoint where we had both our external architect, well, they're always external, our PPDW presented around the work that they're continuing to do, as well as we had an analysis done in regards to potentially putting a thermal boiler in this building, as well as other opportunities for efficiencies at both buildings, and they were also presented. But for purposes of this board, we would just be reviewing the slide deck and really to highlight not only the work, but the timelines. So Bill, do you want to say anything else?
Yeah, let me just
I'll go through it.
frame it a little bit.
Yep.
Maureen has been doing great work with Joe and the architects, and as I said this afternoon to a couple board members who were there, plus the committee, we're turning a corner now. And in this presentation, you'll actually see a listing of the timeline required, which is important and sobering in terms of the extent of work needed and the dates. You also see modeling in here for the different approaches on how to structure a bond, the number of propositions, how aspects of the bond may be split up. But Maureen and the team's work is to get detailed. My job is to begin to think about how to frame this for you, for the community, and all the rest. So we'll have something like this, but bear with me quickly. So you've heard from our architects previously on a very comprehensive plan. So you've heard from that. This meeting was about, ahead of that, going back to the 5-year plan required by the state to say in that, what's the priority work that we need to look at? So if you were to draw a picture, that's the box you're hearing about now. Then going back to the presentation you heard previously about the very elaborate analysis of Farragut Complex, Maureen and I and others have said, take a focus on an approach to build a concept around breaking the logjam for space, and think about a cafeteria in the courtyard and what that would mean in terms of creating classroom space, creating a very high quality necessary additional space, cafeteria. So then think about that. Then third, you've created a space to be used. Think about conceptually what is required there. And then lastly, what's missing from all of that analysis, what has to happen there. And then paralleling all of this is our need to think about our fields. So we'll draw this out for you, but because each of those contain details, and you can get just lost in the details before you understand conceptually, framework-wise, what are we looking at? But this right now, then, will give you a little more detail on that.
Yes. And as the board knows, beyond the board members that sit on the facilities committee, we have brought in some different community members that also have been kind of sitting there as an advisory group to the facilities committee. So I think it's very important every time we meet with facilities that we're also making sure that the whole board knows what's also, because a lot of the community, there are community members who attend as well. So we want to make sure that you also have all the information in a timely manner. Okay, so I'm just going to run through this particular slide deck that we went through this afternoon. So again, I'm not going to read through these, but again, it just really explains and speaks to the 5-year facilities report and, how we use that as a basis for some of the items that we are calling priority maintenance items. So there's obviously 5 years of work upgrades and of course the ones that are more immediately necessary are listed to be done in a shorter time frame, right? So in looking at that list and prioritizing it, we'll share with you some of what the current thinking is around those priorities. Okay, so here again is the priority maintenance work. The 5-year plan includes a much larger list of items, but these are again things in which we believe are more necessary to address sooner than later. First, just starting off with, again, something we've spoken about many a time here, the hillside boiler replacement. And as has been noted previously, we do currently have money in our capital reserve fund. And that money, if we would be doing some type of replacement in kind, would be sufficient and to pay for that work. But currently, we are still going to get numbers around a thermal boiler because that was something that some community members and also some of our partners in the village had kind of recommended that we investigate further. So currently we have some understanding of what would be required, but we will, if we are considering going further with that, we would need to do some additional work and have some additional engineering done. We would also have to do borings and all the rest. We don't have a construction manager on, so even with the architects, nobody there was really willing to give a stab at a price, but it would be much more, it would be more than that. I think the argument is that if you were to do a geothermal unit and say the cost, I'll just even arguably say 3.5 million or so, if not, it could be a little more, a little less, but that over the course of the time you have the boiler, you'd have a more efficient unit, which then would lower your energy bills as well. So that's why we are going to just do a little bit more analysis on that. But, you know, currently we know we need a boiler replacement of some sort. And then the other items here, I'll just pull out the first two. We've spoken about this before. This is something that is now pretty commonplace. Most of my colleagues I've spoken to all have air-conditioned gyms, because not only is there now a New York State requirement that if rooms exceed a certain temperature that you're not allowed to actually hold class in them, and I can tell you that both of these rooms would exceed that temperature. You know, although they're on the lower ground, they get exceedingly hot. With security measures now, we're not supposed to, whether it's happening, sometimes it does happen, but they're not allowed to open the doors, because you have a building that's totally locked down and all these security protocols where then you have doors wide open, and like I've walked by it. You know, so anyway, that's a big no-no. So because of that, everyone, most people have now moved forward with air conditioning, any instructional space. So you see the numbers associated with that. Again, anyone who's been in the high school auditorium knows that it's sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't work as well as other times, but we would need to do some upgrades to that unit, and just some new compressors in the hopes that that would, you know, extend the life of that unit. And the majority of items here are to do with building and heating and cooling unit vents. You see that these are just based on age. This is not the entire district. I mean, the entire building. It's just a portion of we'd be looking to the areas of the building that are the most needy. We'd be looking to address those first. Window replacements, bathroom upgrades, handicap accessibility. Many of our bathrooms are not currently up to code. Girls' locker room upgrades, it's atrociato, that's my own word. But no, but it is really terrible. Beyond the fact that this is something we've looked at actually in the 2014, which ended up, we borrowed in 2016 bond. We had planned to renovate the locker rooms for both boys and girls, current locker rooms, because not only is the boys' locker room more than 2 times, I mean, it's much larger, and also beyond, and both of them could use some updating, but I think because we're trying to prioritize here, we're looking to renovate what is now currently the girls' locker room. Again, new floors, ceilings, lighting, cabinetry. We're taking an approach of doing segments of the building right now where we would hope to do about 10 classrooms between the 5th and 6th grade, hallways, and update those areas. And again, building management, which is just, again, a mechanical system. Those right there add up to about $8 million. That does not include soft costs, which means architect, CM, construction manager, and other type of fees. And you'll see at the end what the impact of those is on the entire, where we believe we are currently. Bill had alluded to it. We've had meetings specifically on this topic prior to even in the beginning, starting last year and then continuing to this year. We've been looking at our fields. We've looked at options for ways to improve the usage of those fields. We continue to have tremendous drainage issues, and inability to use the fields. We know that, you know, the last couple of years have been extreme. We've been seeing a lot more rainfall. We've had a lot more drainage, a lot more storms that have actually eroded a lot of our playing fields. So, you know, the 2 things we were looking at were just a enhanced drainage system, which was Turf Talents is the actual company that presented to us. It's a wonderful product. It's a wonderful option, and it really would solve some of our issues, but it is a very expensive option and doesn't give you additional playing hours on the field like a turf does. So Currently, if you look at the dollars there, you know, the difference between the two of them are that one includes lights and like kind of more of a upgrade to the entire thing, and you're also going to get a significant additional hours on that field. So we are, our thinking right now would be to go with the artificial turf, lights, and seating at Burke.
The turf talents is not artificial.
It is not. It's all it is a drainage system. It actually requires sod, and again, that 3 million. It could actually be more than 3 million. It's the actual drainage is a like vacuum that is actually instead of just drains, it's sucking the water out. But there's the actual thing that what is that the word? No, No, but the thing that holds the water on the side, there's like, right, there's all these different components of it that although those pieces are like $1 million, $2 million, it does not include the labor to put in. So that's where that $3.5 million number, we're estimating, and that is based upon like the installed, just like artificial turf, there's a huge drainage system that goes underneath it. So that's really where the money is spent, right? That's the expensive part of those jobs.
Can I ask you a technical
Sure.
question between, so we all know this whole turf issue out there.
Damaris, use the microphone.
I told you the same thing. Thank you for the reminder. Between the artificial turf and the turf talent, can you give the pros and cons of it in a way that in a way that connects to the need that is being looked for, or how it's solving the problem at hand?
Well, I mean, anything on this list, we would be, you know, that would be part of the work of once we put forth a scope of work, each of those items we would be, you know, giving the why. Why is this needed? Rather, why are we recommending this rather than going with something else?
We would build out a very detailed case study.
Okay.
Right now, we're just giving
Right
you the
now,
headlines
okay,
and
got it.
consideration.
Yeah, that's it, yeah, just got it.
And artificial turf, there are lots of infill style types. There's all the rest that we could be looking at, everything from the organic there through that. But we would build that out, explain it.
Got it.
The headline right now, though, is we have insufficient time allotment for our athletes.
Got it.
Right
Yes,
now,
which I know
inclement
is a
weather
problem.
eliminates, and as I said to the room today, and because there's some in the room who are doubting turf, I said, every time I meet with a group of students now, unprompted,
Correct.
anyone who's anywhere near a recreational part of their life says, can you address the field issue?
Correct,
At least give us one field turf lights to extend the opportunity.
Correct.
So right now, the headline on turf towns is it's an incredibly innovative, thoughtful approach used across Europe now in a lot of places. But hour-wise, it may only get up to about 1,000 hours worth of usage.
Okay.
And we need more than that. And that's with state-of-the-art English Premier League, Dutch League professionals keeping that field working. And as great as Kevin and his colleagues are, Terry and his colleagues are, you know. So the headline on that is we probably need to go to the second bullet, but we will explain it in detail, pros, cons, and we'll be doing that early and often.
Yeah, so my ask moving forward
So-
is, thank you, Dr. Makesi, but my ask moving forward now is that because some people are following the turf closely, others are not.
Of course.
And people are wondering what the buzz is.
We're going to have a big meeting. to
Correct,
talk about that.
exactly.
Yeah, there'll be a lot, and then when you get to the bond timeline.
Yeah, this
that's
is
gonna
very
be important.
preliminary, yeah.
I mean,
So
this
my-
isn't tomorrow anymore.
I know.
We're looking down the road,
Yeah.
but, yeah,
So
go ahead.
the three things that may be helpful is what are the issues which we all have heard? I've personally heard the students, people tripping and getting hurt. So what is the current issue that we are facing, and what is the issue, the current issue at hand, and the possibility of fixing it with turf or without turf, and why the pros and cons of it, and what is it that people have sort of grinching about when turf is mentioned, right? That way there's a
We'll
more
speak to those.
Yes.
transparency.
We'll
Yes,
speak to
for
those
sure.
as we work through it. Those are
Yep.
good questions.
Yep. And then again, no problem. And then this is the other part of the work that is still ongoing, and it is, as the board had seen the presentation last time by PPDW, currently they are working through the concept design of adding a cafeteria in the courtyard space, and then how that would unlock other space in the building. The most obvious, of course, is that the current cafeteria would then be transformed into about 5 or 6 classrooms that would be used for either middle school and or high school. As was noted in their report, currently the middle school, I think it was 20 or 30% short on space, which was somewhere between 4 to 6 classrooms in the current need of that. So again, this is something that we believe would work well, and they are working through that. So that's ongoing. Okay, now we're getting to the timeline, and this is really what I wanted to kind of flag for the entire board here to kind of discuss.
And a few of you asked for this last meeting, so I'm pleased that
Oh, yeah.
Maureen was able to bring it to this meeting.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So, and again, this is, there's some things that may tweak, but this is just kind of laying out all the different pieces. So currently we had a 5-year plan done, and actually before because we used it as a way to kind of look at some scope of work, and that work began in 2021. So in terms of first steps, we currently have PBDW they were hired and retained to do a very specific study and come up with concept designs. But what we do need now to do is to do an RFP to bring on, with the scope of work being architects and construction managers that will do pre-bond scope of work, and then if the bond is approved, post-bond scope of work. So that RFP is being developed now and will be going out. It's going to have to go out in the next few weeks, and then the hope, it could be somebody we're currently working with or have worked with, but it's just a different scope of work, so you are required then to go back out because it is different than what is currently being done for us. So that's the first order of business. You see that on the top there. And again, all of these numbers, and I had flagged it on the slides, these numbers are numbers that we received, some of which are dated back a few years ago. So, and some of and some other numbers are based upon me calling my colleagues who are currently in process of doing fields and such, and then saying, because as an example, on the 5-year report, what they were quoting for turf field was about 50% too little, so they're now seeing the fields going up $4 to $5 million. So just a delay, again, maybe that number was too low also, but again, the escalation over the last few years is kind of pretty incredible on some of the numbers we're seeing. So it is extremely important, and this was said today by the architects and our engineers. They're architects and engineers. Construction managers have a very different function. They do price estimating. You cannot really bring a scope of work without having construction managers, because they're also helping develop that scope, ensure that all components of the work are being detail flagged and properly included to get extremely tight budget numbers, because once we set that, we're locked into that number. So this is how the process works. But so just so you know, that's, an important step we need now to be taking now that, yes.
That's an interesting
Sure.
point, actually, because if we're not careful enough in how we budget it, we can't, there's no oopsie, we need to actually just.
Well, you can, but you have to go back out.
Right,
There's
you have to
other
vote
ways to do
again.
it, but it's with the numbers that an oopsie can happen. There's typically big,
No,
or you're
that's
scrapping work, or you're value engineering, and that does happen because inevitably when you start work, there's going to be unforeseen conditions. The other thing is, I just want to note here, when you develop a bond budget, and actually I didn't do this earlier, I'm using what is called like a more of a hard construction number, and you'll see later with the soft costs that have to be added in. Every bond, and this is not just Hastings, anyone who develops a bond in districts that go off for bonds, they add in a 10 to 15% on top of a contingency, because it will, inevitably you'll have conditions that you're going to come across when the work's being done. It's just like when people do like a powder room in their house, and they have an unforeseen condition in there, or a more costly, kind of reno. it's, you know, the magnitude here is significantly more. And also pricing changes by the time you get final approvals. But anyway, but just those things are accounted for when you put together your bond budget. Okay, so then the next point is we will continue to develop the scope of work. Obviously, you can see this evening that we have identified in a pretty tight list. That could change slightly, but, you know, we're going to work through that once we get our partners on board and our construction manager. That'll help us really tighten up that scope of work and make sure our numbers are good and tight so we understand what we're proposing. And then what will occur then is once we have that scope of work, the board will have to do, you adopt a resolution to conduct a SECRA. So a SECRA is an environmental impact review of the projects. What that means is that you have to do it regardless if we know that it's going to have what is called a negative declaration, which means there is no environmental impact. But there are times, depending on like as an example here, and the addition was a bit different, and we did have to coordinate with different agencies too because of the way the property like bordered on other like areas and all the rest. So there are times it's called the coordinated review of it, but there is a time frame that's associated with that, and that has to be done before you adopt a bond, a proposition to go to voters officially. So that SECRA review is about 30 days or a little bit more. That brings us into November, probably late November, when the board would adopt a scope of work after that SECRA is done. Similar to the budget process, there's a time frame in terms of public notices. It has to be notated. Bond votes, similar to the budget vote, has to be notated a number of times in the paper. And there's a time frame associated with that, and that's picked up here. That would put us to a bond vote in late February, early March. Assuming that it's a successful vote, our architects and engineers immediately go into what is called design, because they're just bringing you to conceptual design. You're not paying for construction documents prior to that, because that's very costly, and you're just getting a scope of work done prior to the vote being approved. Then those that they start their work. That is a very aggressive timeline, March through July. Some of the work may take beyond that time frame, but some of it, like as an example, some smaller items they may be able to design it and be able, we put them in project numbers. So when you submit to the state, depending on how we break up the projects, we may be able to send some of the work up earlier than other things go a little bit later in that sequencing. But it likely would probably be more like March to August, and some of the things being up there earlier, so they would gain earlier approval. Currently, the state has about a 6 to 7 month review, which means once they receive those documents, it takes them 6 or 7 months to approve them, and sometimes it could be shorter, sometimes it could be longer, depending on scope and depending on their workload. And that time frame at times has been anywhere from 3 months to a year, right? So we have experienced it being shorter, and we've experienced waiting over a year for approval for a project. That, assuming though it's at 6 to 7 months, we would be looking for approval January 2026. That then allows us to put the bid packets on the street, and that just means advertise them. We would put that out in February. We would be looking to get those bids back in April. That's a very quick bid turnaround when you're talking about big construction projects. But what typically happens is once we have that approval, you notify contractors, hey, this is a project we're putting out. That's how it works, right? It's not, you just make them aware of it, give them a sense of the work scope you're talking about. Obviously, they don't have the documents until it's legally bid, but it helps people start to kind of, understand it. And then as they're planning their work, because of course the contractors do a lot of work, and they start looking if that fits into like their ability to because there's a time frame associated. When you put a bid out, we also build in a time frame for when the work has to be done, so that helps them decide whether they're going to bid. Again, bids go out, they're awarded, and then we're hoping to start construction July 2026, and it would take over a year. Some things, again, like I mentioned, there's a possibility, I guess, if everything worked perfectly and things happened a little earlier than other things, some of those projects we could fast track depending on the scope. Like as an example, I'll just use the field or the boiler. The field itself probably isn't as complex as some of the other items. You know, mechanical things are typically take a little bit longer for review. So, you know, there are times, as an example, that could go, that we usually put up a few different, what's called packages to the state, and that would have to be coupled with a building project in order for it to be aidable, which I'm not going to get into that whole discussion tonight, but it would have to be attached to a building project. But that being said, that could be something, using that, there's a potential that could go up earlier, gain approval earlier, because they're relatively straightforward projects. I mean, the drainage being, there's an existing field there. You're not talking about building a field where nothing exists. You're talking about a retrofit of an existing field or a change of an existing field. As an example, that potentially could be something that could potentially happen over the summer of like July 26th, potentially, or, you know, the boiler and all the rest. But again, very aggressive timeline. It requires the board, as you see, we would be providing a finalized scope of work in September in order just to make this timeline. So any delay in that, you're missing another summer of work. And that's with everything is tied to summers and schools. That is our very few times to touch anything mechanically, heating, air conditioning, anything. You cannot work when kids are below you. Second shift work costs more because they're unions and they don't like, and when they work at night, there's a premium on that work because they get a night differential. So there's reasons that, you know, the summer months to have work done are extremely important. So any type of kind of push in the schedule could be problematic in terms of, you know, capitalizing on that first summer. Financing a timeline of bonds. Okay, so again, assuming that the timeline I just shared with you occurs, what we would then do to start the work is we would issue a bond, which is a bond anticipation note. It's not a full bond. It's money that prior to the work being completed. But that being said, it can be it can be almost the entire. It's a little. You can't ban the entire amount, but you can ban close to the entire amount. And we would issue that in August of 2020, assuming that the work was beginning right away, that we had a lot of work going on, and we would need that, you know, depending on how much money we need, we would borrow based upon what we think we'll need for the next 12 months. And how will that impact the budget the following year? So that borrowing of August 2026 means that in fiscal year 27-28, assuming, again, the numbers, and you can see down below, and this is without the work, any type of addition to the Farragut complex, we're looking at like a $14-15 million bond, right, at this point. So say a $14 million band would be at about $20,000 we would owe in 27-28. Then come August 27, now we would also have so people will sometimes take out bands year over year, and you can see why, right? Because you only pay this like little amount, and sometimes people align it to other times they know there's other debt coming off. Now, the good thing about that is, you know, you could push off and not pay a lot for the work. You have this like millions of dollars worth of work done, and you're only paying, but the thing is, you're delaying the principal of the total, right? So depending on what the rates are, you know, I've seen districts do that, and it maybe makes your budget better, but if you're if there's good interest rates and you're delaying borrowing, it's a really costly mistake. So, as an example, last time we could have rolled a few bands, on the last bond we did, but being the interest rates were so good, I'm going to bond it, because although you start paying it earlier, it's a better financial move for the long term. But sometimes districts would rather, you know, pay less earlier because they don't have that larger thing. But that being said, we would monitor it. The first year, it's always a ban. Everyone bans because you don't bond until all your work's completed, because you don't get aid from the state until your work's completed. So you would never want to start paying back principal and interest until you had the work completed and submitted. So again, you know, there's a possibility we might roll a ban again in year 2, and that would just push off when those principles would hit. But assuming we're going to issue a bond in August 27, the first interest and principal payment for that bond would be due in fiscal 28-29. And then that would mean that this bond would be paid for between 28-29 and 46-47, which I kept saying today, like, is that right? Like that, that date seems ridiculously far in the future. So again, what is our current debt obligations that we owe. We have a 2016 bond, which will be fully paid off in 2031. We have a 22 bond that'll be fully paid off in 2037. So again, a reminder of the dollars, the turf field, the $8 million worth of maintenance priorities that we're calling that, with some soft costs, we're guessing somewhere in that $14.5 to $15 million range. It would be for what we spoke about tonight. Again, this is extremely preliminary numbers, and I really just put it here because those are questions I get, but I just caution everyone that, things change, and even when I throw out these numbers, you say, well, what does that mean for the budget? And here I just want to be really clear here that 850 again is a very preliminary number. We don't know what the rates will be borrowing. We don't know what the final dollar amount will be for this bond. But if in fact it were to be 14.5 million, and if we, even with an increase in the interest rate, this is a net cost. This is assuming we issue debt, that on the expenditure side of the books, this would be like $1.2 million, but we do receive state aid on the revenue side. And we always, as all districts do, talk about things in net cost because it is a net cost. And the timing, that's why it's important to make sure that your bond is closed out, because you don't start getting state aid back until everything is closed out. So that's why the timing of issuing a bond is important. People try to coincide getting that revenue with the debt hitting, the full debt hitting your books. So all that's to say that right now what we're looking at would potentially be about 1.25% to 1.5% increase on taxes. Again, this is assuming this would hit now in the 28-29 school year. So that's what the cost would be, increase of taxes at that time, just basing it on, what we have here. But as I mentioned in the slide earlier, that's 28-29, but in year 2031, one of our debts are falling off. So you'd have a few years with kind of three payments coming, three debt payments still being on the books. But although the debt that's expiring in the 2016 bond is less, it was like it was a little less than $9 million, but it was at a higher interest rate. So, again, that would help net off some of that number once, but then again, we may need to do more work. So I'm just, giving you the outlook here. So, but the thing is, as you can see when you do work, you don't, even including the work we did here, we didn't start paying for this building until we were using it for 2 years. It does kind of push it off. And I think as we look at, there are things such as preventative maintenance, forget about the fields and all the rest, we do spend money fixing things too. And that actually is in our operational budget. So, some of the thinking too is with bonds, it helps you plan and finance work that has to be done, because if not, you're also spending money to fix things, which is also not always the most efficient way to address capital work, or is not typically. So, structure of the bond referendum. This is something that, and we've done this depending on bonds in the past and what has been included in them. So right now, the current thinking is that the bond, that when voters come to vote on the bond referendum, they would have four choices rather. So each of them, none of them are tied to each other. So meaning you could vote for all of them, you could vote for one of them. It doesn't, sometimes districts will say, in order to get two, you have to vote for one. That's not, that's typically, that does happen. And there's reasons for that, because some of them are build-offs of each other. What we recognize is that, as an example, Prop 1 is, that's being paid through the capital reserve. So we want to make sure people understand that this is not a bonded project, and that obviously we can't risk this being part of a larger bond that could potentially go down, and it's a separate funding source. So that one is a separate proposition. Prop 2, key infrastructure maintenance work. Again, these are things in which, although as an example, we know potentially turf could be a much tougher, or have different schools of thinking on it. We understand that typically the infrastructure work and things like that, people would be willing to support that if they're not always willing to support some other things in there. So we just want to make sure that we're breaking it out. So also to be very clear, people are able then to support, and we're not tying it to like a boiler, and people think we're trying to make them feel that if we don't get a boiler, we can't have a field or something. So, and then the fourth prop, which is still not fully flushed out, is we are looking to see what emerges from this next phase of work that PPDW is doing for us, and we do want to get some real numbers to that. So, you know, right now I said we have $14 million. We want to see what that additional cafeteria space would look like. You know, and of course get the dollars behind it, and then look at what we're currently thinking and say, is it something is there some of this work that could be included in this bond? And then if so, would there be something we could, you know, shave off on the maintenance, like just kind of look at it holistically. But I do think it's extremely important to get that number to make, you know, decisions around the other things we're talking about. So there is a possibility of a Prop 4 also. And I think that's it. Yes, it is.
I have a technical question.
Sure.
If you can go to, I think it was the second slide.
Sure.
Maureen is more of an expert in facilities, so my question is very brief. Okay, yes.
This one?
Yes.
Mhm.
So I'm just wondering, so far, correct me if I'm wrong before I ask my question. So what typically happens is that the contractors are not known yet with how much they are going to.
Correct.
Yeah. Perfect. So with that said, I was just wondering what kind of benchmarking is going into providing these estimates when it's not like you have a contractor in mind.
Because okay.
Yeah, sorry, that's I know what I'm asking is what is going into deciphering these estimates that are here, one,
Mhm.
and whether these estimates include labor or it's just materials.
Okay, so yes, so as I mentioned, these are all based upon, so we are required to all the people that work on our buildings is required to be union prevailing wage. We're not, you know, that's a requirement for all schools, right? So the numbers here are based upon other similar types, so anytime even we open a bid, we have to report out all the numbers to a clearinghouse. So all of that is compiled data. And when, as I had mentioned earlier, we will look to say like a White Plains, they just open bids on similar type work. What do they pay per square foot? What do they pay per ton of an air conditioning unit? You know, what is the size of what they put in? And between our architects, engineers, myself, and certainly the construction managers that get into the really specifics of what we're designing, that helps get those numbers. But that's where those numbers come from. And all of those numbers include labor. So these are labor, this is all in. Yeah, this is all in.
Yeah, I mean, the requirement for the clearinghouse, the requirement for sharing across at many levels helps right now because you have to go to bid, but you want to help people figure out something you want to do before you go to bid. But given that sharing of technical information, costing out, et cetera, that's where Maureen and the team can really do the work. So I won't go exactly into it, but today, sitting with the architects, we began to say, and I said to them, get busy on a concept on a cafeteria space, just so we get the concept. But sitting right there, they knew the rough square footage cost.
Yeah, we started talking about that.
Boom, they knew the rough square footage cost, calculated out. So again, it's an estimate, but everyone has a lot of data. So you could feel these are good starting numbers, but as Maureen said 55 times correctly, it's an estimate. It's not the number, you know, but it gives us a guide. And very importantly, because, you know, well, what's the upper number? Give us the upper number. I've been saying with some at least content that we can't come to you and say, do you want a $20 million bond? Do you want a $10 million bond? Do you want a $5 million bond? Unless we tell you roughly what you're buying. So that's at least what this does.
Thank you.
Right.
No, that's correct.
All right.
Maureen, I want to thank you for presenting everything from today. And I'm going to say, as I will continue to say, just put it out there that we have to plan into this a number of community meetings where we start from the basics of what the needs are and not where we are. And I'm going to propose that we have at least one, if not many, of those meetings right here. This would be a great space to do it. Makes me think of when we did it at the community center, but this is our
Yes, it's our
and it's
space,
a
yeah.
result of a bond, and I think it'd be a great way to do it.
I agree.
Thank you, Judy. Any other questions or comments regarding the presentation?
I mean, the thing that jumps out at me is just that this is a tight timeline. The fact that we have to come back in September and that we're going to have some concepts put together, and that the hope is to have it before the board to make a vote on it by November. That calls for a very busy summer. So I think that as we discuss this, people should understand that this is also going to be a summer of activity, and that's not as a function of wanting to do it when people are not around, but that's the realities of the timeline as dictated by the state. So I think that's really important from the outset to understand that we're going into the summer, which traditionally is a sleepy time for students, for staff, and whatnot. However, given the nature of this work, you know, it's going to be nose to the grindstone all the way through.
But to your point, and involving the community, it can't be, oh, they did all this over the summer when we weren't even around.
I know.
but
That's why I'm trying to say from
but-
the outset that it's not being
but-
intentionally done. I'm
Yeah,
saying
let,
that's.
and let me help with that a little bit, and that's where, I mean, a few of you said, please bring us a detailed timeline. We've done that. This page here is helpful and sobering. There are some turf advocates who are saying, oh my goodness, construction date 26-27, a number of the families ready to advocate, their children will be graduating. Well, this is the tough reality that, and if you go, and you underline board adopts bond scope. And so there's key work when you're really in session as a board. When we come back in August, September, we'll be sharing with you work then. Any good process has a set of managers, technical people, architects, Maureen, me, others, sorting out and bringing that to you for a lot of public work once we hit September. But that November date, that may move, but they can see, particularly from March on, 2025, that's required timeline that in a public sector, people aren't necessarily aware of.
Right, and that's why I'm making that point,
Yeah,
so that people understand from the outset that this is like predetermined, not by us, but by the fact that we have to work
We have to back
efficiently
into
but
things.
quickly.
Yeah.
And we obviously do value and want people to have input into the process. It's just that, the nature of the beast is that you have to also work swiftly, because although we're working swiftly now, the way that you're saying, even if all of the ducks line up in a row, we're not talking about actually anything being manifested for a few years down the line. So that's the reality.
Yeah, and if I may, the other thing is, it's the materials I'm communicating with you as a group and then individually, that they're the 4 areas I flag as priorities for the board. Only 4. This is one of them. The other is how a board comes together to work, right? The other is we have a couple of significant collective bargaining agreements coming at us. And the other is just still that we give life to the portrait. But you can see, given this bond work, when we hit the fall, this, we're going to have to plan the agenda such that this is first order. Because as thoughtful communications people say, we have to do special meetings. And also, this is a public meeting. People lose sight of, well, the board's meeting. Well, that's a public meeting. Get there. Be ready for public comment. Be ready to listen. And we'll do special meetings. So that's part of maximizing the time. So anyway, that's helpful.
I mean, I just want to say, in some ways, like much of this list has been discussed I mean, it may be like a bit stale for people now, but we had looked at this scope in 2022. So much of this is the same scope. I think what has slowed us down a bit is we knew we had the space needed in Farragut, and initially our contractors that helped us with this effort, which was not really the level of detail, is when we started to talk about looking at a potential addition on the side of the Cochran Gym and doing different things. And then we said, well, let's slow down. Let's see we needed to do a full space assessment. So a lot of these have been kind of on the back burner, but they're not new. So there was a process with looking at the current condition of some things, and some things may have been, raised up on the priority list on this list. But even as Bill said, the fields and things of that nature, this has been for the past about year and a half, 2 years of where we've been seeing a lot more rainouts, a lot more damage, and a lot more issues around the fields and the condition of the Burke in particular, that we've actually kind of pressed pause on that. And that's why I think now that we've had PBDW do that extensive work, which actually was almost done by 2 firms somewhat, except in a much more holistic and thoughtful, and it took a lot longer to, because of all the work that went into it. Now that we kind of have that presented to the board, and we're like, okay, now we have a confirmation that we have, with this space and what all the different priorities are in the Farragut. Now we can kind of say, all right, these things now need to move forward, and then they're kind of doing that second phase. Let's see what comes out of that. And, depending on what that may be, how that may fit into what we're talking about today. So that's why, and of course the boiler, we just really feel strongly that needs to come to a vote as well as some of these other mechanical units. So I think that's kind of why we needed to say, right now that we've gone past that, let's get this moving again.
And just so, just put a cap on this maybe. So the next steps, we're looking at a meeting in July. The last slide where we talk about the 4 different propositions, what's going on between now and the next meeting is putting some numbers to what those propositions look like cost-wise, and also sort of building the narrative work of why we would choose this, what are the other options are. So that's what's going on. Is that a fair?
Yeah, and again, it's really important. I mean, we had done at one point the RFP went out because then that was sort of, we had that in the motion, then we said, hey, slow down, let's get this other work done. So now I think we're at a point because the numbers do matter. And again, this is some of it, there's no district that does a bond without a construction manager prior, bringing them on, and even the architects, because that is a real, it's going to be key because that really will help us, because in the event any of these numbers are up, down, or anywhere, that's going to help us, inform us, like, do we, start scaling some of that back or whatever the case may be. So we want to make sure that that's tight.
So I think actually, Alex, that last slide and the way Maureen put it here, that's a great summation slide. These are the 4 major parts right here, and we have to build the cost analysis, the communications around each of these, and then you as a board are going to be to understand, is that affordable? Still would maybe have several propositions, but then what's going on within each and the total cost. But I think those now are really the 4 headlines within which, the 4 buckets, the 4 structures, whatever we want to do, within which we're working the details.
Yeah.
And that's the work of the summer.
Yeah.
So a question just about that. You have kind of a rough, what I would call a rough order of magnitude, right? For the 1 and 2 and 3, but not on 4, right?
Correct.
Because 4, we haven't fully explored, but it looks like it will be a cafeteria in the courtyard.
Yeah, that seems to be because I think there's a lot of great ideas and a lot of different needs, and even in terms of, I think first and foremost, if you look at what they produced as far as their study, it did determine that there was a lack, or they used Farragut Middle School as an example to say, right now, based upon enrollment, square footage, and all the rest in program, they're about, I believe it was like four classrooms short. And then they also just spoke about then even within that, some of the classrooms at both middle school and high school using current standard, not even current, like current design for educational spaces, the square footage per student. I think they identified that there were only maybe 8 class, like 4 in each building that met that criteria and all the rest. But I think being that was such an extensive study, I do think if in fact they give us a concept design, which I think they're working out, and what that courtyard could look at, we could get numbers for it. And as Bill said, because what they shared with us is, there's going to be, when you build a budget, I mean, first and foremost, they're showing what that would unlock and how that would potentially help the building, the navigation of that building better, and circulation, all the rest, and then what that would gain upstairs. But I think once they are able to get in there and draw it and see how that would work, they would be able to tell us like the square footage and all the rest, then we could get budget numbers associated with that. So I think by September, we would at least have an ability to assign some dollars to it, and then say, depending on what those dollars may look like with the construction manager's assistance, is this something we think we can add to this bond? I'm just, being honest like that. And then if there's that plus the renovation upstairs, what does that look like? Are there any other ways? Because actually, what they had said is the one thing that actually was considered a more simple construction, more so than anything else we looked at, including the addition to the Cochran Gym, would have been a much more complex construction, because although you have to build a foundation, it already has walls around it. They would actually, connect to the existing building, of course, and change some stairwells. But because there's walls that already exist, you're not building as much. And it's using the kind of natural way the courtyard is laid out to kind of
it's almost like part of the building's already created, which, I mean, of course, that makes sense now that he said it that way, but, and they said, cafeterias generally is a lot of open spaces, and being you already have, it would just be the installation, the kitchen, and all the rest, but the space itself is pretty generic, like we'd be looking to, because this one is different because it's a cafetorium which needed to function as an auditorium, so it was a more complex build. It's on Rockcliffe. It was, how we designed it was a bit different. This would be a much simpler design, although beautiful. It wouldn't be like this. That's when we started to say, well, maybe it would be something, depending on the cost, that we could potentially look to see if we can make it work, and then either scale back some of the other maintenance projects. So
I guess the roughly 14 million excludes up Proposition 4, correct?
Correct.
So that
That's
number
not
is
in
yet
there
to
yet.
follow and
Yeah.
may or may not.
Right.
I mean, the last bond we did was 18, and I'm not saying we go, not that there's a significance to that number, but that was $18 million a while ago. So I think once we would have a real number, we would then really start digging into what do those dollars really mean? Like if we're at I'm just making up, 14, 15, 17, 18, $20 million over the course of, say, depending on the useful life of the space. Most districts take out things at 18 years. We've taken things out of 15 years, so we've been paying back quicker. Most districts do take out 18 to 20-year bonds. So, maybe if there was a desire to say, well, this would be an investment in this property, and maybe if we do it over 18 years, like there would be some appetite to do it. I don't know. So I think once we get the actual dollars associated with the work, we work with our financial advisor, our CM to really get those numbers tight. Then you can start debating, like, for this much more, maybe you would, maybe there would be some appetite to, because again, if we did it this way, people could say no to it. I mean, so that there's that piece, like, would we potentially put it up if it was, I'm making this up, $5 million more, and we felt as though there's a benefit to doing it.
We'd be bringing back to you concept and dollars, not just dollars, but you begin to get a sense for that, so.
And I guess my other question,
Let students go, I guess, if they want to.
No, I think they should stay.
I think we will step out.
Yeah, Maureen, you
You
were
guys
gonna
have
ask
punched
another
the
one?
clock today, no
Maureen, you were
worries.
gonna ask another, you were gonna ask another question?
another few questions,
Yep.
yeah, if I could.
Yep.
Should I ask
I
for,
have a question too, so that's why
yeah, I
I
don't
was
think
asking
it's-
if they wanted to go. So Maureen, please.
Well,
finish
I know them well. They have good judgment. We can worry about us, right? And you'll worry about you and us when you need to. So let's keep going.
I will take this.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you
But
on.
Yeah.
we know this is fascinating and we
Yeah.
want to
All right.
stay
That's
here.
fine.
We'll see you at graduation.
I'm taking
Thank you
this.
both.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks for reminding me.
We would have found you.
Right.
Good night. Thanks again, both of you. See you.
Please keep going.
No, we will. Don't worry. That's the one thing we do is keep going.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, Maureen. So you had a couple questions.
Yeah, so I guess as we build out Proposition 4, you can't phase it, right? Like, it has to be sort of all in, because it can't be tied to, like, right? You can't have part of it and then have, like, phase 2 comes later.
Well,
right?
you could. I mean, to be honest with you, even if they built that cafeteria, it would be a multi-phase because there are other parts of the work within that building. So, I mean, I guess, there are opportunities. I guess you could build the building, but then not build the kitchen. There are things in which, I mean, depending what it is, there's phasing that can be done. Maybe that we talked about, if, like, say, the interior renovation of the upstairs, would that be something that potentially we could do through over the year with budgets with our own people, like talk about the renovation of the existing cafeteria. So we are talking about, the building of the cafeteria would be a phase, and then there are other things within the building that they spoke about that would be other things. There's even other, not that we would necessarily need to do this, other additions that they said that you could then build off in the future if you then needed additional space. So those are like additional phases, and I think even within that plan, there are things in which I think they mentioned about changing, like as an example, another phase of the work that they spoke to was, rearranging the building. So I think they had mentioned a desire to say, like, where we're currently located in the building, that if we were to be able to like relocate the guidance suite into where like central offices and all that would be phases out, because as we said, to do that now, we gain no space. So we're going to spend like $3 million on moving people's offices to gain, yeah, it may be nice for the guidance to be in the middle of the building, and I'd be happy to move, but it doesn't really gain you anything. So those are things that changing the student, where the lockers are to create collaborative spaces and all the rest, those are other phases within the plan that they discussed. But they don't get us the additional space. And I think when we looked at the report, our first thinking was the biggest issue that we seem to be having is a space issue. So like, how to remediate that first, and then everything would be built off of that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Just one last question. The
Sure.
CM is just being hired to do the estimating, or is it also to be oversight on the project?
Oh, they have to
once
do
it's-
oversight on the project.
Oversight on the
yeah.
project
Mhm.
once it comes. Okay.
Yes.
That was my question. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so there's a pre-bond, and then of course they would only get if we get a bond, then they would be, continue. And of
Right.
course that contract is like, there's a scope that's pre-bond, and then, if they stay on, they get a percentage. And usually the way those contracts work is that they bid as a percentage of the total project. So they get a percentage of, if it's like $20 million, they get, architects usually 8 or 9% of a 20, that's what their fees are. And those are bid out, so that's typical. And it could, be a little less, a little bit more, but somewhere in that. And CMs are they're less than architects, though.
Thank you. No, I appreciate all the details.
Okay, you're welcome.
My question that I had, I have two additional questions.
Sure.
So remember when you said it, the space thing to have more classrooms. Is it under number 2, proposition
4.
2 or 4?
No,
It's
4.
4.
Yeah.
Okay. So we don't know, we don't have the details
Yeah, and I
yet.
think that's because this is started late, but I think, there may be a
Okay.
decision that we can't do it. I mean, but if once I think by September, because in speaking with them today, they're already in process, we're gonna have a number for
So
you to
the
consider.
reason why I asked whether it was 3 or 4 was because the girls' locker room situation. I remember we said we were going to put in that girls' locker in order to free those old lockers so that we can have classrooms, and that
But we've now
proposition
rethought
seems-
that plan, because I think,
We
that
pulled
was
back
the
on that.
initial kind of plan. That was the one we thought,
Yeah,
this
we
is the
pulled back
easiest.
on that.
But I
Okay.
think that when we had
I
this more thorough
remember.
analysis, they were like, you know what, honestly, that's not going to be your optimal classroom
Okay.
space. It's in the basement. It's not, it's going to cost you a lot to renovate it. And that's when,
Correct.
which had not been proposed by the people who initially did it, this thinking of using a courtyard, that, once they were in the buildings for a good amount of time and spoke to people, they realized it's an underutilized space, and
Correct,
saying,
correct.
would you be willing to give it up to gain this other use?
So my follow-up question on that is that, so the new 1.2 million for the girls' locker, then is it just renovating the
You're
girls'?
renovating it, and there's a
It's
lot
the-
of dead space and like old showers that are no longer used. So the idea is
To
it would,
tear it down
yes,
and
correct.
redo it,
And
kinda.
and if we then decide no, we would do it on the other side, but it's earmarking money for that.
Okay,
because
got
they-
it.
They're
So it's not,
woefully,
okay. And my last question is still picking up on what Maureen said about the phases. And I think we've spoken about phases before. And I think my ask or suggestion or thought, because we don't want the bond to fail, because there is so many important things that needs to get done. At the same time, I think it may be wise or to our interest to delineate a lot of it within each of it as phases. That way, during the conversation, it's not for us to vote it separately, but what I mean is that during the conversation of whether we should, conversation of putting it into a vote, we will be able to understand what the community is leaning more towards, so that it doesn't feel as a package only because somebody may be stuck on turf. And
no, but
if-
they are going to be 4 different votes.
Okay, so there's even 4 different votes.
Yeah.
Perfect. But what I meant was that, like,
Within each.
within each, exactly. Thank you, Dr. McKenzie. Within each, if we can delineate what each one is, so that the conversation can be easily talked about without people
getting stuck on something and therefore they are going to cause a whole proposition to fail. Only if we could adjust one little part of it and it could have moved forward, because we kind of mix it all together under it. So this is just something that I think will be, I think it should be done in the facility committee, because they would go into the weeds more. But then when it comes here, everything is clear under each proposition. And then that way the conversation of, okay, well, why can't we wait on this one, or can we do this a little bit different? Then it moves things along. That's just my thought. Is that making any sense?
Yeah, I mean, that just so you, I mean, that is kind of the way that's the way the bond process, does work. And I think that's why there's this it's why you have external architects and engineers do the analysis. It's not, as I'm like, I don't like those windows. It's done based upon an engineering architectural review of the buildings and age and condition and all the rest, right? So that's how the maintenance kind of work is identified. The other kind of building additions and program-based needs, that's another process, right? So that's why I think the key infrastructure, those are a bit easier because most of them are hillside boiler, 1988 it was installed. I think we can appreciate that that's probably, served us well. And by the time it goes in, it'll be almost close to 40 years old. So, and I think that we won't get much questions. But the infrastructure work, although there may be people saying, do you need those windows? Do you need this, that? I mean, I think we really rely on engineers and architects, and that's why the state requires us to submit it to them, because they want to make sure that we are looking at infrastructure first before, like as an example, if we said, we're going to do, I'm just making this up, 4 turf fields, and you're like, what about those windows? Like, so we're, to make sure that we are looking at building envelope, mechanical systems, electrical systems, and all the rest to ensure that they're up to code and ADA compliant and all the rest. And those are, of course, priorities. And then the programming things typically are like second to those. I mean,
it makes sense, because maybe you think you just do this, it will be less expensive to do it together.
Mm-hmm.
Than, so what you're saying totally makes sense. But I think if it all gets packaged, that would
No.
But thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Nope. Moving on to policies, first read. We have policy 4321 about timeout and physical restraint, and then policy 5100, which is about student attendance. Is there anything that's worth pointing out? Let us know.
Yeah, I just want to speak a little bit to the attendance piece, but I just want to say that I actually like the way it is right now. And I'm part of the policy committee. I wasn't there, but I did my homework. I did my homework at the meeting. So I clearly agree with my colleagues that this attendance should be overarching. No, we can't have 2 separate attendance for some group of students versus other group of students. So I am in total agreement with that, because at the end of the day, we should have overarching policies for all students and then work operationally in the details of what applies to who. The only thing that I had a technical question, which I should have, I'm just wondering, which I'm assuming is coming from legal office, because they keep changing things from has and who and all those different adjectives from time to time. I'm like, what's it? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I don't know why they keep changing these wording, but right now I can see they are canceling guardian.
Yes, we talked about that. It seems like it's passé, and now we don't use the word guardians anymore. We use persons in parental relation.
Yeah, so it's just, I mean, I'm not sure what the level of thinking is on that, but anyway.
I mean, something must have happened where guardians was
not good enough.
Either derogatory or no longer encompassing everyone.
Okay.
But I question that too, because
It was a legal counsel edit.
Yeah.
Now it sounds more legal.
I know, right? So the other more important issue for me is there seem to be, so I'm looking at page, let me go back to where I typed notes and then so if we look at, I don't have my glasses on, I just have to be like this. If we look at page number one, it says that 24 hours, this is the one I'm looking at. Oh no. Oh yeah, sorry, page number 2. Page number 2 at the very top. It says, it is the parent or person in parental relationship responsibility to notify the school office within 24 hours of the absence, tardiness, or early departure, and to provide a written excuse upon the student's return to school. So the 24 hours was a little bit concerning, especially if an emergency situation has happened to the individual, and it's in our policy. It's saying 24 hours, right? It just becomes problematic if
It says within 24
within
hours.
what I'm saying, your deadline is 20
Top
within
of page 2.
yeah.
Top of
Page
page
two.
2.
Within 24 hours means within a day, right? And if maybe what you had an accident, something happened that you cannot give the note, then everything else gets nullified to some extent.
I
Even
think
with
that there's enough personalization in the school that if there's an accident, no one's going to say, we didn't get your
yeah,
note
but that's why
24
policies
hours."
are important, because if you put 24 hours, and especially people like myself that are, let's go by the book to some extent, a 24-hour means 24-hour, and you can actually use it technically against a parent or anything like that. You get what I mean? So it becomes I'm not sure anyone is paying so much taxes not to bring their students.
But
what would
to
you
school.
propose?
Or could you just add something about except for extenuating circumstances?
Something like that. I think that yes, except for
Except
I like
in the event of
extenuating circumstances, which beyond reasonable doubt, people will see it as extenuating.
That makes sense.
Extraordinary or yeah.
They reference it.
Exactly. Instead of the 20, just saying 24 hours. And also there are parents who are not English language speakers, and they're in emergency with their child because, again, this is covering kids and adults who are teenagers like our students here, who can write things on their own. But you also have parents that are non-English speakers, and they have to scavenge a written note. That's the only acceptable thing. So giving them 24 hours is really just not equitable in that regard. If we make it within 24 hours, like emergency happens, but making it within 24 hours. But then there's a part that says you will be called daily. So that is at the end, which shows that some effort of being contacted is going to happen. So how it seems, you get what I'm
It
trying?
totally doesn't make sense.
It
to me
doesn't make
because
sense.
it
It's just
says
a
that
clash.
You have to give maybe I'm not reading this right, but it says you have to notify the school office within 24 hours of the absence, and yet, like sometimes if one of my kids is home from school because they're sick, I'll forget to call, and then I get a call in the morning that's like, where is your kid? So, but that's not 24 hours. That's like within 2 hours I get a call that's like, Eliana's not here or whatever.
Yeah, that's
So-
under a different section of
Well,
the
what is
policy.
this? I don't understand what this is.
On page 4, that's dealing with the school's obligations to notify. What we're talking about at the top of page 2 is the parent's obligation.
Right, so the parent's obligation, but then it says a written excuse upon the student.
And who's
Where-
going to
where are
write
you-
that?
If the
That was the
person,
second
if the
thing I was gonna
parent
ask.
or parents have responsibility to notify the school office within 24 hours of the absence, tardiness, or early departure, so that means within 24 hours, I have to call the
Yeah,
school
I
and
think
tell then my kid is out, right? And then when my kid goes back, I need a note that says my kid was out?
Yeah.
The distinction here is
This is totally new.
But it is, but it's just talking about your control of making an absence excused versus inexcused. There's no penalty per se.
Yeah.
It's
No,
linked
I'm
to
not
that.
talking
I'm
about
not talking
penalty,
about
it's just
penalty.
the extra step versus, we used to
Well-
just call the absentee line and say, Eliana's sick, she won't be
Yeah,
coming into
so
school
we're,
today.
right,
Now I
we're.
have to give a note when she
no,
comes
no,
back.
well, let me catch this, because there may be an edit didn't make it in here. In the policy committee, we caught the fact that we have to we have a call-in system.
Right.
And we don't want to eliminate that and go back to paper. So I don't know, Melissa D, if we, remember that came up in, yeah, we're gonna,
Right, there's a
So it's like
difference.
there's a distinction between like, I wake up at 6, my kid is sick, I'm calling you before the school day starts, just letting you know my kid's not coming into school today. That's the message you leave. However, when I take my son to his PT appointments that are scheduled in the morning and he wants to come into school late, I have to arrive at school with the letter from the doctor he saw that morning saying, Nathan was at PT this morning, that's why
Yeah.
he's late.
So that's a return. That is
Yeah,
understood.
but that's not what this says.
No,
This
it
says
says
of the absence, tardiness, or early departure.
well, it says,
What the tardiness, I
The-
think, is like, that's referring to like the kid who's
But
coming
that's
to
fine,
school
but
late.
it's- I'm just
partial
saying-
absence.
I'm just saying the absence. The way this is written now, it says that if your kid is absent from school, even if they're sick, it doesn't say, because it lists what are excused absences, then when they come to school the next day, they need to have a note.
no, that's related to late entry, early dismissal only. Up above, it's a notification, that's not a note. So the
But it doesn't say that. It says of the absence, tardiness, or early departure.
If you
No,
remember
but that's a
in the,
note, but you're required to notify within 24 hours. We can build in the extraordinary circumstance caveat, but we do need to be notified by a parent or person,
Obviously.
because we're obligated by the state to report attendance and track it, and we need to have the statement. So I guess if,
Are you looking at page 2?
I'm at
But
the
it
top of
doesn't say
page
that.
2.
It says it is the parent or person's responsibility to notify the school office within 24 hours of the absence, tardiness, or early
Right.
departure, and to provide a written excuse upon the student's return to school.
But they're two different issues here, and I think the red was added. I think we have to go back and figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wanted to
About
separate them.
the pink, going back to the APs to try to understand why they're written
Okay.
within the 24 hours of an absence. The tardiness or earlier departure, to your point, and to what we were discussing here, is more clear, so that you know that why a student is leaving or why a student is coming late. It notifies them. We were just going to double check the 24 hours of the absence, because there was some consensus that it might be new, that, rather than the call, that to get flooded with notes wouldn't be preferred. So we just wanted to double check that.
Right.
But the red below
Yeah,
that.
I think we have just this, let me help us. This all got lost in translation. There was some editing here that doesn't make sense. The pink and red
Yeah.
is redundant.
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense to the thing above. So I think we just want to go, this is a
Okay.
first read,
Yeah.
so
That's
it's
why we have
perfectly fine. That's why we have them.
Correct.
So I think between now and the second read, which is the 25th of
Yeah.
June, we'll go, I think, and see, we just strike that pink, red, whatever that
Yeah,
color
we-
is. I'm
it
red,
has to
green
be cleaned up,
colorblind, so
yeah.
tell me what color.
I mean, if you
It's
remember
pink-
from the
it's pink and
policy
red.
I
meeting,
think it's purple.
from the
Okay.
policy
Oh,
meeting,
yeah,
the topic is in bold on bottom of page 1 is excused and unexcused absences, comma, tardiness and early departures. And I wanted to separate those two because I think that would make things clearer.
Well, no, and if I may, we talked about that, but
Right.
you'd have 3 times as long a policy. Because a lot of the things that you apply for excused and, for
They're the
for
same.
absences, tardiness, and early departure, they're the same. So then you'd have your section on absences, which would substantially be the same as the section on tardinesses, which would read substantially the same on early departures. Do you see what I'm trying to explain?
I do. I see what you're saying. I think for clarity's sake, we might want to do that, but I definitely hear you in terms of the redundancy.
Yeah, which I think you want policies to be clear, and we have an issue here just on the pink or red thing. I think that just goes away. We'll talk with the assistant. I don't know why that got added, because it's
just a quick thing that we
yeah. So, but I think I would just think to think carefully, because this would become, you know, a very long policy document. It'd be close to 18 to 20 pages instead of 6. I mean, because if you go all the way through it and break it out that way, you're having to do things 3 separate times, you know, at least at the up top. But I mean, you as a board can think about it if that's what you want, but I also think we have to operationalize this as an administration, and we have to operationalize it interacting with families. That's my only concern.
Yeah, but so I wanted if we could clarify the operational piece of it, because I know that that was my last question that I have, but let me say that first because it's already out there. So this 24-hour thing, to me, being in a policy and saying 24 hours is problematic only because it sounds very operational. The board, as we all know, is 3 things we do, and policy is one of it. And I think the policy should have enough information that can allow the operational piece that the building does to match with it. So if the building, because if we say 24 hours, it means every school building, every program, everything has to go by that 24 hours. And there's no wiggle room for that, right? But if being that it's a board policy and it's not an operational piece per se, because we are not supposed to meddle in operations, I was just wondering if we can create it in a way that it will still give the direction, but not in this way. Because, for example, for me, what I like about this is that they've introduced the fact that there is communication. Because as I sit here, I personally know most parents will call or give notice whether the kids are going to be late, the kids are going to be absent, all of it. Like there's that level of respect that goes on here, and including being sick. But people if people receive unexcused absences on days that their child was sick and they have doctor's note, then it becomes problematic. So I think that I like the fact that I'm very happy with the edits, for most of the edits that have been made, because it allows for a clear understanding of the tardiness and absences before any documentation is presented as excused or unexcused. I like that piece. But the part that I think that we should clean up is this 24 hours and notes when, and I think it sounds so operational that it doesn't need to be in this space, but it should have a better
The only thing I would say
system.
counter that,
Yeah, sure, please go ahead.
it's just that it is operational. This is the work that the administrators have to carry out.
Correct,
So we make
correct.
policy for it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might suggest, I mean, lots of policies are high stakes. This is high stakes.
Correct.
We have to report to the state on attendance. There's increasing worry about chronic absenteeism.
Correct.
Which we're in a good place, but proportionally we're up, and this summer, even today in leadership team is saying work of the summer is to look at it. And this is a handshake. The handshake is, I have modified this, as the policy committee knows, I modified this as superintendent on our responsibility to say, we are always picking up the phone when there's an issue. That's new in here.
Yes,
We're
very
not only going
grateful.
to write a letter. We are too small a district to simply have a letter land. So
Correct.
the layering on the notifications down on page 4, that's very specific.
Yeah.
It's saying that, and you can read it there, and all that read is edits.
Yes,
But it's to say there'll be a call or a personal contact ahead of a letter landing when there's an issue. So now how's the other side of the handshake? Hey, parents, 24 hours or unless they're extreme
External
whatevers, that extraordinary circumstances on page 2, can you use that language
Yes.
up top?
Correct.
Within 20, because given its high stakes, I'm almost done, if we have to start, because we got to record something.
You are right.
And if a family says, well, I'll get to you next week.
Ah,
Well, I'll get to you in 3 weeks. We have no teeth. I'm sorry.
got it.
You know, but my point of saying the handshake is, I'm saying we have to do better. So we're just
Got
saying,
it,
hey,
got it.
families, join us in this. Last thing I would say is, I don't know how many families struggle with this. I don't know, especially if you put in extraordinary,
Externals.
I think we'd be fine,
Okay.
is what I think.
Okay. I agree.
So someone who can write better than me could figure out the wording with our attorney up top, and I think we get rid of this second note thing, which is confusing to me.
Yeah.
But the within 24 hours is not right.
No, but we do.
Because
Yeah, we have to follow up on that.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, so I can fine tune that for you, which is a few, and I think it was either Maureen or Teresa, you caught that this policy was potentially wiping out the whole call-in system.
Right, and we
So
don't
that's what
wanna
that's
do
about.
that.
So that's actually a question to ask our APs about, which is how to word this so the call-in system is the first go round. Right? And then I think this note thing just landed here and never got cleaned up.
Correct.
Now you could say, I don't know if you want to broaden it out, I really would want to talk to the administrators. You could say within 48 hours.
Yes, that sounds.
2 days, you know.
well, that doesn't. But I
what-
have to say it doesn't make sense because an early departure, you would need to let them know that
No,
day.
I'm talking about the note. No.
24 hours really means the next, within the 2-day period.
Within, it's not saying that it has to be after 48 hours. It's saying within, it's a deadline.
So we
by,
can-
by
Yeah, but you can't.
circle
You
back.
wouldn't just let the kid out of school unless they give a note first. for an
Doreen,
early
hear me out.
departure.
Hear me out. What I'm saying is
I
that
see what you're saying.
the deadline to give, it can be within an hour, within 2 hours, but you have up until 48
Yeah, but the
hours.
way this is written is I could take my kid out of school and then tell you tomorrow that I'm taking them out of school early. That doesn't
Well,
make any
this-
sense at
but
all.
it's the written,
No, I know, it's just written weird.
Yeah, we'll work it through.
Well-
Something got mixed up in what we
Correct.
wanted. So we wanted the call-in would be for absences, right? That's enough. And then for early departures or tardiness, that's when the note kicks in.
Right.
Right.
And
The way it is
Okay,
now.
so we need to
Right,
separate
the way
that.
it is now.
And you can't take your kid out of
especially
school
substituting
unless
the
they have a
call,
note.
right? Because we don't want to, the intent was never to have a note substitute the call. The
Yeah.
practice is do a call, and that works.
But you can take your child out of school without a note.
If you take your child
Right.
out, but once they get into middle school, like if they have to leave early, because they walk home. So if they have to leave early, then they have to bring a note because you don't always pick up your kids to
Right.
let them leave early, you know. But they can't just walk out of school by themselves and you provide the note tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't
Correct.
even know that at middle school they can leave by themselves. If
Yeah,
it
Well,
if
they
was a
sign
note.
out.
They sign out.
They
Yeah.
just don't
Okay.
randomly
And in
walk
high school
off.
too.
Yeah, in high school. So it's like finding a way, but I think
That's why I'm saying the note afterward doesn't make sense.
Right.
You have to have note beforehand.
I think like Dr. Marquesi said, that top is a confusion that is going to be fixed. And Maureen, I think you succinctly said it. There was the call part based on absences, and then there is a tardiness part based on note.
So
I would-
I would, a friendly amendment on the next step here. Because if you don't do your second read on the June 25th, this isn't, we deal with this again in August, September. Meaning, let's not kick it to the policy committee. Let us as administrators
Correct.
take one more shot
Exactly.
at
And
fixing
clean it
this
up.
section. You may still not be satisfied, but let us between now and the 25th see what we can figure out. And if
Correct.
by then can't figure it out, fair game, it
Correct.
gets delayed to when the policy committee reconvenes.
Correct. I
Right?
agree.
So it's this section here that, to be clear, on the top of page 2, would be eliminating that pink, red, a note is related, et cetera, because it seems.
says it's purple.
Thank you, purple. And then we'll clarify the good points about what's going on with this required excuse written if people have already left or whatever.
Correct,
Just
correct.
have us operationally look at that. I'm not-
Dr. Marquesi,
right?
one
Yeah.
one quick thing that I want to reiterate. I was talking about parents that are not English speakers with the
Right.
writing part. Is there a way that there can be a form that they can fill out? Because that can help, if there's a form that, a one pager, late, that they can write their name and check a box or put other, where they can even scribble something something that they can scribble there without creating their own notes, because that can be scary for parents that are not English speakers, and which we know we do have some in our district.
Yeah, so we can check on that. I think we've done pretty well with that. I think I don't know that we've got that as a major issue, but we can look into that.
I mean,
So-
most people have been calling, and they may be able to
Yeah,
speak, but
I-
writing may be two different things,
All right, so, okay, there were other things on this policy, right? There was a question.
Thank you. That was all. Thank you. But I'm very happy with the calling piece, to just check.
Okay. Thank you. So moving on to second reads, we will be voting on these. Policy 4321, programs for students with disabilities, and policy 2382, broadcasting and recording of board meetings revised, the stuff we looked at on the 29th. Any final questions or comments about these two?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve policy 4321 and policy 2382?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Moving on to the resolution to adopt the 24-25 District Code of Conduct. Are there any questions or comments?
I just wanted to mention what we discussed last time about the hair and some of those edits. The definitions were added and beefed up in the front to address, why we removed them 13 spots throughout the document. And we did go back to legal, and it does not change in any way the intent behind it, which is, it doesn't change any of the protected classes, et cetera. It just fully kind of defines it up front.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between 1 and 2 then? One is the revised version based off of what you just said?
Yeah.
Oh,
shows what's
okay,
different
got
and
it.
then
So
the
one of
policy
them
by
shows
itself.
what the changes were and the other's just the document with the changes.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I just want to validate the concern that was raised, because I'm a person of color. I have protected hairstyle swinging right now. So I am not in any way belittling that kind of, importance to the Crown Act that had to come down, because we all know that we have to embrace the diversity that we uniquely embody, but sometimes it becomes a disadvantage for others. So I'm not belittling it. I'm part of the policy. Actually, the conversation was a way to elevate that and not to diminish it. And I still want to thank the lens that came in, and the follow-up emails that we received. But the descriptions are there. It's going to diminish it, because what if it's not the other parts of what is being spelled out, right? And the Crown Act is a huge piece. There are people with protected hairstyles that is not locked, it's just the nice afro, I didn't see afro there, right? So, and that is a protected hairstyle. That is something, the nice, beautiful afro sometimes gets marginalized in certain spaces. So if we don't place importance to hairstyles protected, and it can be done in different ways, then it was really done to elevate it, to be honest. I'm not, my colleagues were all saying that we can, at first it was just race, and we decided actually to make it more exactly visible. So, but I'm grateful that there was attention to that. For me, that warmed my heart, that it was noticed in a way that was very good. So thank you for the input as well. But as it stands, I will vote for it.
Is there a motion to approve our code of conduct for 2024-25?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Moving on to new business, we're just taking a look at, this is the Greece trip proposed by the Latin teacher, Latin students. There's a lot of documentation here. This is just an FYI. for
Yeah,
us,
the
right?
policy you'd adopted was, it is one that's approved by the superintendent, but we bring it to you as advisory. You know, the memo you get from me at the end of each week, I gave you a little extended intro to the questions. I have approved it, but with the caveats, as you may have seen, that going forward, we want to begin to space these out a bit. So, for example, great creativity and energy from Ellen Driscoll. She says, to spread this out going forward, maybe dovetail those with trips from Stephen Lopez, for example. So next year we would have a trip to Greece, a trip to France. This past year we had the trip to Italy and Mexico. This is great energy out of the approval of the policy to allow these again by the board, so we like that energy. If you will sort of get the thing moving, get people engaged, and then we'll begin to kind of get more to an ongoing pace. The cost is, I hate to sort of sound glib, but the cost is the cost. And it's right in the ballpark of all these types of trips. In good thought and caution as to what that might mean for some families in Hastings, well considered. There's more demand than supply in most of these cases, so there are families wanting this and coming up with the resource for it. So I think we just keep, providing these, is my view. And by the way, Ellen runs an incredibly high-quality, careful, educational, safe, secure trip, and Melissa was with her on the Italy trip. And by and large, also Steve Lopez, that was an excellent trip as well. So these are proving very good experiences.
We actually have a wait list for the France trip now, is my understanding.
Yeah. So anyway, there might be thoughts, comments.
Well, I would just say,
last thing I'll say, sorry, we've talked a lot about the fundraising potential. The trick there is it's a lot of wind up for not a lot of result.
Yeah.
And you collectively end up not getting there, and if you set individuals out, then they're all competing against each other for money, and it's very tricky. So
The only thing I would say about that is that Eliana, I signed up my daughter for the French trip, and I did get information from the company that's like fundraising ideas for schools. So, they might be worth looking into that. We don't have to organize it. I mean, clearly this is something that other schools are doing. I'm not saying we have to do it, but I'm just saying that the company that puts these on lays out ways of raising money.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah, and I think that would be helpful for kids, because I know that families may want it, but again, we are serving all kids. So if some kids go to France and talk all about it, and other kids are like, okay, I wish I could go, it's problematic. And I know we've spoken about that, but this is what I'll say. We have a very generous community. And I think we just have to, I know that the school cannot get involved, and Maureen explained it very clearly when I spoke to her some time ago. Cannot get involved in a way that they will serve some students and not others, right? So I get that very clearly. But I also know that there are channels that are not under the school that can get that kind of support by pointing to, and I think that's what Doreen is saying, that there are ways to fundraise, and that can be just pointing to, whether it's through the youth council, so that people that are willing to support kids that otherwise cannot afford it, they can get that kind of connection by just pointing to, and then they can also be the ones that I'm like, hey, I'm going to France too, then that way because this is a very small community, and we don't want to create the house and don't house kind of thing in there. And as a board, we have to be aware of that. And Jody, you brought that up, and you always bring that up. Good.
Well, I would also point out, in this case, the tour company, ASIS, they provide 12-month parcel payment, so it's a couple $100s a month over the course of, and they provide that as part
So
of
we
the.
should just point, that's all.
I'm just saying that, you know, because of the structure, it's not that a family has to come up with all the money up front. They let you pay for 12 months. Just, it's a nice feature, so. Okay. Moving on. Second public comment, there's nobody here. Agenda review, we have another big meeting on the 29th. We're going to have presentations.
25th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I keep saying 29th. I don't know why. It was May 29th. I guess
Exactly, Saturday.
I'm sorry. Yeah. On the HEF grants, we have the technology committee update. And then we have a public hearing on the 24-25 emergency plans. So.
And then future steps, which is always fun.
Oh, and the future steps. That's right. Yeah, that's a good. That is a fun one. So.
Yep.
That will be our last one. So, and we'll talk about you guys a little bit. So. All right.
I have a feeling you talk about us all the time.
In public. Any Board of Education comments? No? All right, it's good night. Good night. Is there a motion to adjourn our meeting?
So moved.
Second? Is there a third?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.